tonight from 5 to 6, we have our annual training on the Open Public Meetings Act, the Public Records Act, and Ethics for Elected Officials training. We'll complete that, take a really quick break, and then start our regular meeting. So I will just go ahead and turn it over to Jane, who's going to give us our training this evening. Thank you and welcome. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Welcome to your annual training on the Open Public Meetings Act, Ethics, and the Public Records Act. I am Senior Legal Assistant Jane Roberts, and I was the chosen sacrifice this evening, or presenter, whatever. We've got a fair amount of material to cover, so I want to get started, but first, a disclaimer. I am not an attorney. Therefore, I cannot provide you with legal advice. This is informational only. Should you need legal advice, you can consult the city attorney. Okay, well, let's get started. I'm going to start with the Open Public Meetings Act. And I guess Carrie's going to advance the slides from some remote place. Okay. So the first step to understanding the requirements of the OPMA is to understand what is a meeting. And here's this super helpful definition from the statute, which tells you that a meeting means meetings. So that's not going to help us a lot. It's a very broad definition, but there are two essential components. Next slide. The first essential component for a meeting is quorum. A quorum is just a majority of whatever board, commission, council, whatever. The majority is quorum. So for this case of council, it's 4 members. Next slide. The other important component for a meeting is action. Action is actually a really huge category. These things on the slide are listed in the statute. So there's actually very little that 4 council members can get together and do that isn't a meeting. Simply discussing a topic is actually an action. This is not super intuitive. I think we're tempted to think, a final decision means action has taken place, but actually it's more like thinking about verbs generally. Anything you're doing is an action when you're together. Next slide, please. So to recap, this is the equation that you need to watch out for. Action plus quorum. If a meeting is happening, it needs to be properly noticed and available for the public. This is important. Public doesn't just mean that it's out in public or the public can access it, but they actually also have to know ahead of time that the meeting is going to take place so they can show up if they want to. Next slide. There is one exception to the public being able to access the meetings, and that's executive session. But in those cases, the meeting still does have to be noticed, and it does need to start in public. There are relatively few circumstances which call for an executive session, and some of them are on the slide there. So occasionally it is necessary for council to have an executive session to discuss some of these topics. Next slide. Not that type of serial, but yes, serial meetings. A meeting doesn't have to take place in person. I mean, obviously, you could have it over Zoom or whatever, but also you don't all have to be at the meeting at the same time. For example, if there's a difficult topic up for council discussion, debate, and you want to know what one of your fellow council members is thinking, and so you call up one other person and discuss the topic. If that other council member then meets a third council member at the grocery store and briefly discusses the topic, and then that third council member decides to email a fourth council member about the topic, a meeting has happened and none of it has been public. So that's a real problem. This is called a serial meeting, and it's important to avoid serial meetings, which just means be careful how you engage with your other council members. Make sure everyone's aware how many people have been included in the topic. Try to discuss things in public as much as possible, and at your meetings, and then all these problems will be avoided. Next slide. There are consequences for violating the Open Public Meetings Act. From the city's perspective, this is mostly an inconvenience. If a decision is made that has violated the Open Public Meetings Act, then the decision will be invalidated and we'll all have to do it over again. So if there was a difficult vote, we have to take it again, the next meeting perhaps, just to make sure to cure the problem. From your standpoint, it could mean fines out of your pocket. So it's important to pay attention, both from just managing the city's business and also from a standpoint of personal liability to avoid violating the Open Public Meetings Act. But as long as you're mostly conducting your business here at a meeting, then you shouldn't have problems. So that just covers the basic parts of the Open Public Meetings Act. So let's move on to ethics. Next slide. Yeah, there's some gray areas here, obviously. Next slide, Carrie. All right. So the first topic I'm going to talk about with ethics is contracts. Because this is actually a pretty serious issue, and it's really important to be careful with this. If you stand to benefit directly or indirectly from a contract, that is prohibited. And there are serious penalties, and you can lose your office for violating this. So next slide, Carrie. So what exactly are contracts? These could be a lot of different things: employment contracts, sales, purchases. There's a bit of variety. So for example, if you or your spouse own a business or maybe some commercial property, you might want to be careful in thinking about these things and how you might intersect with city business. The key here is proximity to the decision and the power to affect the outcome. If you can draw a line from the decision that council makes to approve a contract for the city to some personal benefit that you might derive, either like your own business, your own money, or maybe like a relative, something where it's clear that you're benefiting, that is a problem and it's not allowed. Yes, next slide. So actually, there's not really any way to fix these types of problems or conflicts. If a contract shows up and you think there is going to be a conflict here, you need to notify staff, because you're going to end up with a choice between your council seat and the contract. You cannot recuse yourself to fix the problem. All you can do is the city can say, well, we can't have this contract because this conflict is a problem. Or you have to say, well, this contract is very important to me, therefore I'm going to resign. But those are really the only options. Yes. Next slide. So this is, some corruption, like we all feel comfortable and understand what it is, like money under the table, obviously wrong. As a member of council, you're held to this high ethical standard where you can't accept anything of value in return for like your performance on council, gifts, business deals, obviously the contracts. If you encounter a situation that is kind of a gray area or you're not sure, again, this is a point where it's useful to reach out to the city attorney and get some advice. And the best practice is just to avoid all like circumstances where this might be an issue. And next slide. And this even includes small gifts. So even if it's just a little thing that you're receiving, it's still a problem or could be a problem. Obviously, you all have lives outside of council. People give you things in your personal life. That's not what we're talking about. But if you think that someone is giving you things or like buying you coffee or giving you little treats or whatever it is because of your position on council, then you just need to refuse. And it's an easy no. And again, if you're finding like somebody you know or the circumstance is happening, it's an opportunity. Legal is your resource. Next slide. So the things that you might receive might not be money, they might not be tangible, but even little perks or like opportunities are things that you're not permitted to accept in return for your position and work on council. And you can't use your position to get perks for anyone else either. So if someone offers you a pass to a special event, that's a thing to decline. But you can't also go, well, I'm on council, so I can't have it, but maybe my child could accept this. No. All right, next slide. Oh, never mind. We're on the confidential information. Yes. So I mentioned executive session. That's a big place where you're going to learn confidential information. It's kind of the point of executive session, actually. If you learn confidential information, don't share it. Obviously, there's a reason you've chosen to keep the information confidential, and so there will be problems if it's released, and also it is an ethics violation. Next slide. Okay, going back to conflicts of interest here. So I talked about direct and indirect benefits, where you're really close to in proximity and like the decision-making power to benefiting from a contract, in which case it's an absolute no. But it's not always entirely so clear. There's remote benefits. And then of course, as a council member, you're going to hope that the decisions you make will benefit you and everyone else in the community as a citizen. So those are totally okay. So let's talk a bit about remote benefits. Next slide. So what is a remote benefit? The big factor is how much control you have. For example, if your spouse is an employee of a contracting party and their compensation is entirely fixed, there's no commission, no bonuses at stake or anything, then that is a remote interest. People who are a landlord or a tenant of a contracting party might also have a remote interest. Like the other part, that person their success may help you in some way, but it's not entirely clear and you don't have a lot of power in the situation. So those are situations where you don't have the power to really determine how things go, but you might benefit somehow. So what should you do? Next slide. Unlike with something where everyone in the community benefits and it's fine, with a remote interest, you do need to disclose your interest in the council meeting. So contract comes up, you've got a remote interest in this issue for some reason or other. And you say, yes, I have this interest. This is how I have this interest. Explain it. And then recuse yourself and leave the room for the duration of that discussion. And then when the discussion is over, you can come back. But you want to make sure that it's clear you're not influencing the decision, you're not influencing anyone else's decision, and you're distancing yourself from this choice, even though you don't have a lot of control over the situation. It's just to make things extremely clear. So this is different from the indirect and direct interest in that you can fix the problem. You don't lose your seat in council. It's not a huge deal, but you just have to declare your interest and spend some time in the hall during the discussion, and everything will be fine. And if you're not sure about this thing, something's in the packet and you're like, well, what is this? Where does this fall in this line? Again, you can contact the city attorney for some advice. Next slide. Yeah. So the reason there's a judgy cat up there. So this common law conflict of interest is actually something you probably will not encounter because the city has a hearings examiner. In the past, the city, and other cities still do this, conducted quasi-judicial hearings. So council would be judging things like land use or whatever, right? Things that are now heard by the hearings examiner. So this is not going to be a thing that's going to come up for you, but to explain what this is, basically this principle is that if there's a case, you cannot be judged and the judge at the same time. It's like common sense, actually, right? If there's a crime and the judge is also judging like the case, that's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. So in these cases, if there was a land use thing and your property was involved, you obviously couldn't be sitting on council deciding if it was a good idea or not. But that's what a common law conflict of interest is. And it's probably not something you're going to encounter. But next slide. So yes, there are consequences for all our decisions. But in this case, consequences for ethics violations, it could just invalidate council decisions. On the other hand, there's criminal penalties for some of these things. So don't mess around. But I don't think we're going to have any issues. All right. that's the serious portion of things. Well, I mean, it's all a little serious, but I'm going to talk about public records requests, which is actually the piece that I personally work with the most. So this is actually an important topic for all agencies in Washington. Our records laws are very open here. So next slide. Yeah, so what is a public record? Well, we typically use this acronym POUR to help us remember. It's any record that is prepared, owned, used, retained by the agency and is related to the conduct of government. So it is a huge category of things. And yes, people in the city sometimes generate records that are not related to the conduct of government. If you decide to email somebody your favorite lasagna recipe, it's a gray area. I may send it out to people anyway. So yeah, definitely most of the records that the city creates or that anyone at the city creates are public records. And therefore we are required to release them when people ask for them. So yeah, anyone can have these records. Washington laws really prioritize transparency. We have some of the most transparent public records laws in the country. This creates a lot of work for public agencies in ensuring that the public gets the records that they're entitled to. Yes, so if people ask, we have to deliver the records. So if you as council members receive a communication from a member of the public that looks like it might be a request for some kind of records, what should you do? This is a real question. Some of you have sat through this many times.
We should get in touch with Carrie, who is our records officer.
That's exactly right. Carrie is a city clerk and she's also a public records officer. And so as soon as you receive anything that looks like it might be a public records request, just send it to Carrie and make it her problem. Yeah, don't let this sleepy potato fool you because these are actually hot potatoes. Next slide. The reason that public records requests or potential public records requests are hot potatoes is because the statute says we only have 5 days to respond. And if something is sitting in someone's email and they go, oh, I wonder what this is, and then they wait 3 days, that means we have 2 days to respond, which doesn't make us happy. How do we have to respond? Well, sometimes the requests are very simple. In that case, we just provide the records, we close the request, everyone goes away happy, 5 days have not even passed. However, some people make complicated requests. In that case, we are allowed to provide a reasonable date, a specific date, but a reasonable date when we think we'll be able to provide records for them. And we may do the request in installments as well if it's a huge number of records. If we have thousands of records to produce, we start producing them before like everything is ready. In an installment basis. And we're also allowed to ask for clarification. Not everyone words their requests in ways that are easily understood, and not everyone necessarily understands what we have or how we describe what we have, and so they may not clearly describe what they want, but we're allowed to work with them, and that is a valid way to respond within that 5-day limit. So, next slide. So one way the council could be involved in a records request, you're very public facing, people communicate with you. So you may receive something that looks like a public records request. This is not the best way to make a records request. The city would prefer that people use the online portal. It's linked on our website. And that is the best way to make a records request. Next slide. Other options, emailing the city clerk. Goes directly to the public records officer. You can call the city clerk's office. You can call the police department records division. You can come in person and make a request to folks at the counter. There's a lot of ways you can make a public records request. We're not actually permitted to dictate exactly what people can do, but we can suggest that the best way is to use the online portal because that's the best way to make sure that that records request immediately gets to records staff so that the request can get processed quickly. Most people want their records efficiently anyway. All right, next slide. So apart from keeping an eye out in your communications, your emails, see what people are asking you, there's another way you might be involved in a records request, and that's if people want your records. If you think about it for a moment, the records that council is creating are not hugely diverse. There's a lot more complicated records created by a lot of our departments. So mostly it's going to be communications, and people are curious about your communications. People ask for them regularly. Next slide. Yes, so if you choose to only use your city accounts, city devices to do your council business, then things are going to be very easy because IT can do email searches. We can search devices easily. All those communications run through our servers. So you don't actually have to be involved in the search at all, which is great. However, if you choose to use a personal device or you send some emails through your personal email account for whatever reason, for council business, it happens, text messages, whatever kind of communications you're doing, or other types of records, you will be involved in the search. In that case, Carrie will let everyone know a request has come in for council records. And if you have records, you think you might, you will let her know. I have some records for this. I sent some emails, there were some text messages, whatever it is. Carrie will at that point provide you with an affidavit form for your search and a thumb drive to put the records on. And all you have to do is find all the records. And Carrie is a good resource for figuring out how to do a thorough search if you're not sure, because she does searches all the time and she's very good at figuring out what search terms to use and where things might be located. But once you found all the records, you put them on the thumb drive and then you sign off on the affidavit that says, I did a complete search. And this is important because that's a record that the city keeps when people perform searches, so that if there is an issue, a lawsuit at some point down the line, then we can use that record that says I performed a complete search in our court filings. And hopefully you don't have to talk to a lawyer from opposing side or anything like that, which is awkward for everyone. Not a fun time, exactly. But yes, it's usually pretty simple. All you have to do is find the records and sign off that you've done what you needed to do. Next slide. Okay, so I decided to focus this year on a specific topic rather than going into exhaustive detail about everything. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the process and rules we have for exempting information from disclosure. Just usually a topic people are kind of curious about. First off, most records we have at the city are not exempt from disclosure. Most things are not even that interesting. So we just hand them over once we've reviewed them for potential issues. So let's talk about the process. Yes. So there are requirements for handling exemptions so the requesters are not kept in the dark. A lot of the time we redact documents. When we do that, we review the documents for potential exemptions. And then this is actually a real document, by the way, this one was one we prepared. You can see that this one was attorney-client privilege. So the communications are privileged, but we've left in information that gives the requester, they can understand who has been sending the emails, when they happen, basic idea about the topic. And we put a code of redaction so the requester can read the redacted documents and at least understand the documents and what they're not seeing. This can be pretty time consuming, but we're very thorough about these things. Okay, next slide. And then there are some types of documents that we don't release at all. There are certain things that you can't redact enough of the information to actually protect the document. A good example would be certain types of tax documents. Those are entirely exempt from disclosure. But in that case, we don't just not give them. We create a log. And on that log, we describe the document. We tell the requester who created it. We tell them when it was created and kind of a basic description of what's inside. So the requester knows what they're not getting. We're not hiding things here. We're just protecting certain types of information that shouldn't necessarily be released. And that's an important nuance. So next slide. So who says we get to keep things back? Isn't transparency really important? It is actually really important. And voters in Washington consistently have wanted things to be open and transparent. They want to know what the government is doing. But there are certain things that shouldn't be released to the public. So this is actually a pretty complex thing. There's a lot of sources of exemptions in the Public Records Act. That's our CW 4256. There's a long list of exemptions. And all of those exemptions have different rules for how things can be exempted or redacted, what pieces of information are withheld. It varies from exemption to exemption. And part of this is that they were added over time. So that's complex. Then there's other state statutes that are not in the Public Records Act that you need to know about that allow us to protect certain pieces of information, like, for example, student records or health records. And then there's federal statutes as well that we have to worry about, and things come out of court cases. And then every year there's more court cases regarding the Public Records Act. People sue about the Public Records Act a lot. And this means that there's constant updates to how we can handle records requests. We have to keep up on training for that. Next slide. Who can handle this responsibility? Well, city policy is that the only people who determine exemptions are records staff and legal. This is because it is very complicated. It takes a lot of time to learn which exemptions to look out for. It does get easier with practice, but so when I look at a document, I usually know based on what type of document it is, like, oh, there's probably going to be credit card numbers in this, or, this is probably going to be attorney-client privilege, whatever it is, we get some idea. But learning new ones or when rare things pop up, it can be complicated. And this is why no one else is determining exemptions. However, we do review every document that is requested, which might mean the requester only requested one document, and it's easy. And they might have requested 10,000 documents, in which case it is less easy. But either way, we look through everything to make sure that we're not releasing things that we shouldn't release and that the requester is getting what they need. All right, next slide. What are these secrets though, right? So what kind of things do we commonly exempt? Credit card numbers, social security numbers, those appear on a lot of documents. We redact those before they are sent out. The police department handles a whole bunch of very interesting and unique records. And their process for redacting is really complicated by the types of records that they have. For example, if there's camera footage, they end up reviewing hours of camera footage to redact appropriate information, which is very time consuming. And sometimes the footage can be difficult to watch. So they do a lot of hard work redacting documents. We redact attorney-client privilege stuff a lot of the time. So if you've got emails that you provided for a record search and you're like, oh God, this shouldn't be released. I was talking to a lawyer. Anyway, we withhold tax documents. There's actually some types of tax documents that only finance staff should be looking at. So we do not release those. But actually, most of the documents the city produces are totally free from exemption. The thing about the type of work that the city does, it's very important work. We do a lot of good for the community, but it's not a very day-to-day type of thing. And frankly, most of it is not that exciting to read about. The other thing is people are not requesting documents to try and get anyone into trouble. They're not looking for problems. They just need some information. One of the most common things we get asked for is documents that will show people if they've had a tank buried in their yard at some point. It's a very common issue in this town. A lot of properties have had tanks buried in them. So people just need records of that property. But most of it is pretty simple, but occasionally we do need to protect the information from being released. Next slide. Yeah, so if you participate in a search, if you're asked to participate in a search, and we tell this to staff too, if you're searching through your records and you come across something, you go, I really don't think, you've got that gut feeling that says, I'm not sure this should be public information. One, we will review it, whatever it is. We will look at it and review it and make sure that if there are any issues, if there's anything that should not be released to the public, that we will exempt that. However, for your peace of mind, And also, just because it may speed up our process, please flag those things for us. Let us know. There was this email, I'm not sure about what's in it. Please look at it very closely. So that is helpful for us. And then this applies to everyone, and not just to council. If you have concerns about the types of information that can be released in public records request, this occasionally comes up just because there's so much openness. Sometimes people are surprised by how much is able to be released. Or if you have concerns because things are maybe shouldn't be secret, right? But either way, this is an issue for the legislature to solve. So the best thing is to contact your representatives. And until the law is changed, we will continue to follow it as it is because that is what we're required to do. But there's a way for you to complain if you have a problem. All right, next slide. I had to bring these back from last year because I thought it was funny. Yes, the piggies will die if we mess up. The problem with public records lawsuits and violations generally is that they're not covered by insurance. This means that we can't use insurance to represent us in a lawsuit, but also it means that we can't use insurance to pay for the, any sort of penalties that we might get. And they can be very expensive. Tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars is not unheard of, or even more. So yes, it's best if you are very careful. This is part of the reason why we make sure that our process is kind of rigorous and time consuming, just because we want to make sure that we're following the process exactly and precisely and avoiding liability, because it could cost the city a lot of money and it could be spent in better ways. So next slide. We're already at the end. Yeah, so thank you for your attention. I've tried to be brief because I understand these topics are not super thrilling, but they are important. Members of council with questions should direct them to the city attorney. The city attorney is always a resource for you on these issues. And if there are any in the public who are interested in this topic, the State Attorney General's office maintains an open government resources page, and they have resources where members of the public can actually talk to someone as well if they have questions. So it's a great resource for anyone who is interested in open government and wants to know more, or wants to understand how things work. So yes, thank you. And I guess, if anyone has questions, but
the shot. We'll go to Drew, Navarra, Amy.
Okay, this is directed towards staff. A few weeks ago, I think it was a few weeks ago now, I brought up the idea to Nathan about seeing if council members would be able to have access to the automated social media archiving software. And I knew we were going to bring that up again, and I think it was for when we had this training, we we're going to bring this up again. For the staff members who are actually here, does any of that ring a bell? And if not, I'll just email Nathan again. Because that was also Carrie that I talked to.
that is Carrie's wheelhouse. So,
Councilmember, and there is the city clerk.
Yes, thank you, Drew. The city uses Page Freezer for their Facebook pages, and other platforms can be archived on that. But I do recall the conversation, and I believe that it was the interest. Drew, you were referring to having your own Facebook account, correct?
That's correct. For those council members who try to be more active on social media, it would be easier if we could tie into the software that the city already uses, recognizing that we would have to probably give the city administrative privileges to our Facebook pages, but that would make it easier for us. For those in the public or even on council who's unaware, the current method is we have to take a screenshot of absolutely everything and archive it that way. So this way, my hope is that council members will feel a little more inclined to participate on social media if the record keeping's requirements are basically handled for us automatically, as the city's Facebook pages and other social media accounts are already done.
And thank you, Drew. That's exactly the case. The administrative part of it would have to be owned by the city. There are only a number of licenses, there's only a number of pages that we can archive, and in any additional pages, we would be paying more for the archiving, but we can definitely put together what that looks like in a memo.
May I make a motion to have that as a council discussion at an upcoming council meeting?
Can I suggest that we bring it to, as a part of the council rules of procedure discussion?
I'm okay with that. Did we ever confirm we were actually going to have that conversation?
Yes, it's somewhere in here, and I can't tell you right now when that's coming, but yes,
Yes,
it is coming.
that's not a problem. So long as it's coming at some point, I'm fine with that.
All right, Navarra.
Can you talk about what kinds of like social media count as social media? For example, right, like Drew mentioned Facebook, but the truth is that many council members also have other social media accounts, right? LinkedIn, Substack, TikTok. So how are council members being asked to, like if a council member is talking about city-related business on the internet in any capacity, how are we being asked to, keep track of that for record-keeping purposes?
So we can, and if you like, we will provide a more comprehensive look at that. Or the immediate answer tonight, I can tell you that anytime that a council member uses any media for the purpose of discussing your positions on city council or your actions in the city council, that's probably considered a public record. And as a public record, we are required to maintain it. We didn't talk about this tonight, but there are retention schedules for almost everything. The retention schedules, I think there are 160 pages of retention schedules, something like that. They cover everything. Some things we have to keep forever and ever, and some things we can or almost have very little retention value. But I guess the point is that if you are using social media for purposes of discussing city council business, those have to be retained for at least some period of time. The issue is, how do you retain it? And I think that's what Drew was talking about. Is how do you accomplish that in an easy manner? Now, this does not require you to retain everything that you put on social media just because you're a council person. It's specifically related to those things that are related to city council business or used in the process of formulating your positions on city council or answering concerns about your positions on city council. So, and I can provide you a more detailed answer if you give me a little bit more time. But for tonight, that's what I could tell you.
And I'll say that for like records retention, and when we're thinking about records and whether this is a public record or not, sometimes technology confounds the issue. Like, how does TikTok fit into this? But I generally, a lot of people in sort of records land tend to run things through like a analogy. Think, what is the analog version of this thing, and how would I treat it if it was that analog version of the thing as opposed to this technology thing? So like, I don't know, what would be the analog version of a TikTok video that you'd make about council business? Well, maybe it would be a letter to the editor And how would you feel about the letter to the editor and what retention that would be? And so that's often a helpful way to sort of think about records and what needs to be retained and not, is to just kind of think about what its older version might be and how we might have dealt with it.
I'm so glad you mentioned analog, because my next question is, what about for those council members who take handwritten notes? Are those public records, and what are we supposed to be doing with those?
You want me to? So those are most of the records that the city creates. There are a few specialized schedules, but most of the records are described in the Common Core schedule, which is available from the Secretary of State's website. And you can look up really easily, they're quite easy to use, to find what types of records, what your records are. It'll describe them, and then it tells you how long you have to keep them and what the process is for either transferring them to archives or destroying them. And this is something that Carrie manages. So actually, if you have concerns about, like, how do I maintain my records? How long should I maintain my records? What types of records are these? Carrie is our subject matter expert here on this topic. And so if you're thinking, well, how should I maintain this social media? That's a question, a records management question, as much as it is a legal question. But yeah, the Common Core schedule, I'm not going to say it's interesting because that would be crazy. But nevertheless, it's very usable, and it does tell you, they've done a really nice job of describing the records, not just in like technical terms, but with lots of examples to help you figure out, like, this is this type of record and this is how it needs to be stored and for how long.
Okay, so I guess maybe the first part of that question wasn't clear.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about what kind of notes that council members take are public records?
Yes, those would
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
So basically, yes, if you make notes during the council meeting, those are public records. How long you have to retain them is a separate question, but they're public records. We've actually had some cases in Washington State where somebody in the audience would see council members writing stuff down during the course of the city council meeting and passing them back and forth. And then they make a public records request. I want to see what they were writing about during the public portion of the city council meeting. And so, yes, they're public records, but retention of them is a different matter.
Yeah, and that's very important because, if the retention is, as long as they're being used and then you can destroy, well, maybe by the time someone next week decides to ask about them, they're gone. On the other hand, if it's like we need to keep them for 2 years, it's different case.
I just have one more question, I think. So I think in the past there, it can be difficult to determine, I think, as you very kindly pointed out at the beginning of the slideshow, about how really what constitutes a meeting. And so I just want to double check on a couple of things. The first is that even if, if I'm going out to lunch with all 7 council members and talking about city business, even if we're not all together, that constitutes a serial meeting, correct?
Yes. So this is kind of like a difficult area, and the law's definition is silly. But yes, if the topic is discussed and over time a quorum of members has participated in the discussion somehow, then a meeting has happened. So yeah, if you guys all wanted to go out for lunch together, we would have to notice that publicly, which is, I guess, unfortunate if you all want to talk about things, but that is the state of our law here.
Certainly, I meant more like if I'm going out and meeting with all of my colleagues
One at a
individually.
time. Yeah.
Yes, so that constitutes a meeting.
Yeah, it would constitute a meeting. So, yeah.
Okay, and then my next question is, so you mentioned briefly a conversation about our personal devices. And so can you speak more to if we are, our phones have our council, whatever it's called, Wave, but then many of us use other text messaging apps or just the phone, to right, talk to our constituents, right?
Yeah.
And so even if somebody say texts me on my personal cell phone, my personal number, or emails my personal email address, that's still a public record, correct? If they're
Yes.
talking about city business.
It is a public record, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Amy, you were next.
Drew asked my question.
Okay, very good. Are there other questions from council? Obviously, legal is, I wouldn't say always available, but is available to answer questions as they may arise. So feel free to follow up. And Calvin, can you do me a favor and make a note that I said that we discussed, including a discussion about social media based records for council in our council rules of procedure? Because I think it fits there. In terms of also establishing whether we want to have guidelines about how we use social media as council members. And then the secondary part of that, of course, would be the records retention of them. All right. Thank you very much, Jane. Look forward to seeing what kind of cats you have in your presentation next year. All right, then we will adjourn our special meeting and we will start our regular meeting at 6 o'clock. Thank you. All right, it is 6 o'clock, and we have a very full agenda this evening. So we are going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Port Angeles City Council for Tuesday, March 17th, also St. Patrick's Day. I see a lot of green in the audience. So thank you all for being here. And our clerk is joining us virtually this evening. Carrie, when you are ready, can you do the roll call, please?
Mayor Dexter, can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Dexter.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Carr.
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Present.
Councilmember Hodgson.
Good evening.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Schwab.
Here.
Councilmember Suggs.
Here.
Deputy City Manager Goings.
Here.
Attorney Bloor.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. If you can please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We do have a proclamation this evening, but before we do, I just want to acknowledge that this evening is our longtime and well cared for attorney, Attorney Bill Bloor. This will be his last meeting as he is retiring from service from the city of Port Angeles. So he is not officially done after tonight. He gets to keep working for a little bit. So we have requested that he give us an opportunity to appropriately regale him with thanks for his service to the city at a future council meeting. But I just wanted to acknowledge that and then just check in and see if you would like to say a few words tonight or would like to save those words for another day.
Well, I'll just say a few words tonight. Thank you very much, because as I was going through my normal Tuesday city council afternoon, about 2:30 today, I suddenly realized that this would be the last time I sit up here and see you all at a city council meeting. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thanks to everybody. I remember the very first city council meeting I attended was in May of 2004. It's the very first city council meeting here was in May 2004. And at that time, they asked me a little bit, and I said, one of my favorite people in history is Theodore Roosevelt. And one of his highest his words of highest acclaim was that he was delighted with something or someone or some situation. And I told them that in 2004. And I can tell you now, I have been delighted to act as your city council or your city attorney for the council, for the staff, and for the citizens of the city. I just wanted to say thank you for all of that. I will say that this has been the very best job for me in the whole world. I think any attorney would love to have this job. You, all of you collectively, the council, the staff, the citizens, have brought me some of the most intriguing, complex, thought-provoking, and absurd questions that I have ever encountered. And I thank you for that. It has been a delight. Thank you all.
Excellent. Well, we have been equally delighted to have you and look forward to a more robust celebration of your service with probably some snacks or treats of some kind at a future meeting. So if you would like to join us for that, we'd love to have you. You can watch the agendas to see when that will be. And now I'm going to ask Jason McNichol if he will meet me up in front. We have a proclamation recognizing transit. I'm going to get the name wrong because I'm sitting in front of all of you. Transit Employee Appreciation Day. So I will meet you up front. So for those of you who don't know, Jason McNichol is the general manager of Clallam Transit. And so we're grateful to have him join us tonight for this proclamation. And to say a few words, I put him on the spot. A proclamation recognizing Clallam Transit Employee Appreciation Day. Whereas National Transit Employee Appreciation Day was established in 2009 to recognize the efforts of transit workers across the United States. And whereas public transit is a necessity for our community, transit employees work hard each day to help transit users access jobs, healthcare, school, community services, and many other personal, social, and civic opportunities. And whereas on July 24th, 1979, the Clallam County Public Transportation Benefit Area was formed under the trade name Clallam Transit System. Today, their mission is to enhance quality of life, bolster mobility, and create opportunities through public transit. And whereas Clallam Transit provides service through 13 fixed routes, 2 microtransit routes, and complementary demand response services with a fleet of approximately 100 vehicles. The service area covers 1,738 square miles and serves Clallam County residents and visitors alike. Clallam Transit also maintains over 60 bus shelters, 5 park and ride lots, and 3 transfer centers. And whereas Clallam Transit provides customer-friendly, reliable, economical, in most cases free right now, and efficient transportation services that encourage residents and visitors as an integral part of their routine transportation choices. And whereas, in addition to meeting stringent safety requirements, transit employees must demonstrate customer service, patience, empathy, and understanding to create a welcoming and inclusive environment for community members and visitors. Transit employees often start their day before the sun rises and finish them long after the sun sets, including working weekends and on or around holidays, providing an essential service to our community. Now, therefore, I, Kate Dexter, on behalf of the City Council of Port Angeles, do hereby recognize March 18th, that's tomorrow, so it's not too late, as Transit Employee Appreciation Day, and encourage all citizens to recognize not only our local Clallam Transit employees, but those nationwide for their contributions. So I want to say thank you. Well, we can clap, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I am currently an alternate for Clallam Transit, but it was one of my first board assignments from 2018 to 2020. And it's just really amazing and wonderful to see the direction that you all have gone. I'm excited for the service changes and do want to extend, I think, on behalf of all of council, our thanks particularly to your transit operators who are out there every day, greeting people as they get on the bus. And now I will be happy to hear from you if you'd like to share a few words with us.
Well, thank you very much. It's kind of auspicious that they're being recognized for all their hard work. We just started our service changes as of this Monday, so some of you will notice a disruption or hopefully an improvement of that service. And our drivers do spend a great deal of time with different schedules throughout the week that impacts their family. They're working throughout all kinds of weather conditions. They work long hours, but they really do care about you. So much so that we've had the Safety Star Award for Best Medium-Sized Transit Agency 4 times in a row in the last 4 years. And that says a lot about our drivers and their commitment to you. And thank you very much for the recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're feeling inspired, you can run down to the transit center tomorrow and say thank you to folks as their buses come through. All right, that brings us to late items. Are there any late items from staff?
Mayor, there are no late items from staff.
All right, any late items from council? All right, I'm going to hold off on the one from before. All right, that brings us to public comment, and we do have, thank you very much. We have a number of people signed up this evening, and we have a number of presentations this evening as well. So just a reminder for folks, if you are speaking, first public comment period, and it looks like most of these are on tonight's agenda, the folks who have signed up. First public comment period is items on tonight's agenda. And then second public comment period is for other things that you might wish to speak to us about. It is not a Q&A, it's just we listen to you. And if you are joining us virtually on the WebEx, this is the time to raise your virtual hand. I see we have one call-in user. If there are other call-in users, you'll dial *3 and that will raise your hand. we do in council chambers comments first and then go online. In council chambers, well, for both, you'll state your name and whether or not you're a resident. And then if you're in council chambers, the light will keep track for you. You'll have 3 minutes. And then if you are on the WebEx, I will keep track of your time for you and ask that you help me by doing your best to stick to 3 minutes, because it's a little bit harder to let you know that you're running out of time when we're virtual. So we will go ahead and get started with our public comment. And the first person on my list is Ann Livingston. So go ahead and come on up.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm Ann Livingston. I'm the brand new executive director of the Peninsula Trails Coalition, arrived here in Washington from the other peninsula, Florida, in November. We live in Sequim, but the Peninsula Trails Coalition is based in Port Angeles, and I'm here representing the Peninsula Trails Coalition. The PTC has been a proud supporter and steward of the Olympic Discovery Trail, or ODT, since 1988, so 38 years now. We support construction of new miles of trail and preparing for those trail miles. We support maintenance work, both directly with our volunteers and with partners like Tim Tucker and others from Port Angeles and other jurisdictions. Those include trail repairs, cleanup, and providing information kiosks and maps to visitors. Part of our partnership with Port Angeles and others really is about co-informing each other of trail conditions, partnering on projects, and directly supporting users of the trail. We also work with other groups like Lori Mittman and others to support events, outreach, and education along the trail. We do this because we believe the trail truly is a community asset. We are fast approaching 1 million users per year on the ODT. We clocked 873,000 users last year, even with one of our counters out of service. The trail is critical to the region's health opportunities. I can't tell you how many people have come up to me and said, just being able to get out in nature has been a driver in my life. We all know Ian McKay of Ian's Ride, but literally just since November, at least a half dozen people have come up to me and said the trail has saved their life. They've gotten out in the community, they've been out in nature, truly important to our community. In addition to this, the trail provides economic benefits in terms of tourism, events, and this is only going to increase as we become the final leg of the Great American Rail Trail. In Washington state alone, we're projecting $3.2 million in new tax revenue. This is through our partner Rails to Trails Coalition. Almost $25 million in new visitor spending and $19.4 million to the state GDP. As a result of our commitment to the trail, the Peninsula Trails Coalition has been tracking and monitoring and responding to ongoing safety-related and maintenance concerns on the trail for decades. This is through our team members, staff, and volunteers, as well as through trail users and partners like Lori and others. The issues that have been coming to us recently include frequent and recurring reports related to campsites and encampments, drug use, sometimes drug sales, trash and other waste, vandalism, and even fire hazards like a barbecue grill under a bridge. We are happy to see the city examining the issue of camps, drug use, and other related issues that imperil the trail. I'm happy to see the city preparing to take action. The PTC is committed to continuing to work with the city and community partners to support the trail as a safe and welcoming community asset. We look forward to partnering with the city and others. Thank you for the time today.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Moxie Lowe. I'm going to call a couple people in at a time because we have quite a few people signed up. Moxie Lowe and Connie Lowe. And then Teresa Larch, apologies if I'm not saying that right, and Max Bogren. You don't have to get up, but you can get in line if you'd like. And then go ahead when you are ready.
Hello, my name is Moxie Lowe, and I am a neighbor to the east of Port Angeles. As someone who has lived all over the country, I have seen a variety of strategies addressing housing inequality that incorporate community stakeholders. This input is necessary prior to enacting changing policy. Harm reduction and trauma-informed methodologies are science and data-based. These services keep folks alive who would have otherwise overdosed or died. That is irrefutable. As someone who personally found myself leaving an abusive marriage just a few years ago, had it not been for the kindness of friends and family taking me in, I would have been living out of my own vehicle. The difference between myself and our unhoused neighbors is access and privilege. The same could easily happen to any of us in this room. Now I will be reading a part 1 of a part 2 statement written by a Port Angeles neighbor. I am writing as a resident of Port Angeles, not as a complaint, not as a disruption, and not as a headline, but as a human being who is trying to survive in the same town that we all call a home. Port Angeles is small enough that everyone sees everything: the waterfront, the mountains, the tourists stepping off the ferry, the rain rolling in over the strait, and yes, even the tents, the tarps, and RVs alongside the streets and near the wooded edges. We are visible, but being visible is not the same as being seen. Many of us living in our vehicles or temporary shelter did not choose this life. Jobs end, rents rise, relationships break, and medical issues happen. Vehicles become the last stable thing that a person owns. And when those disappear in the middle of the night, whether through towing, tagging, or enforcement actions, it can feel like your entire identity is being erased at once. My own motorhome was more than transportation. It was my last piece of stability. It was where I slept safely at night. It held my documents, my memories, my clothing, and the few belongings that I had left. Losing it was not just losing a vehicle. It was losing shelter, privacy, and a sense of safety all at once. When something like that is taken from you, it doesn't feel administrative. It feels devastating. From the outside, it may look like disorder that needs to be managed. From the inside, it feels like constant instability layered on top of fear. Blue flashing lights in the rain don't create safety for someone who has nowhere else to go. When enforcement becomes the primary response to visible poverty, the result is not resolution, it's displacement. Thank you.
Thank you. Funny. So just a reminder that as a part of our decorum, we just keep your opinions about people's comments to yourself and appreciate people just listening quietly and respectfully so everyone feels comfortable sharing. Go ahead, Connie.
Hi, my name is Connie Lowe. I live in Clallam County, and I'm here to amplify the voices of those who reside in the city but couldn't be here tonight. I'm going to continue the second part of the statement that Moxie read. Winter on the Olympic Peninsula is not gentle. The rain is relentless. The cold settles in your bones. A tarp and a tent are not symbols of defiance. They're protection against hypothermia. An RV is not an eyesore to the person inside it. It's the last wall between them and sleeping exposed. When policies focus only on clearing spaces, what happens next? People don't disappear, they scatter. They move deeper into wooded areas, farther from services, farther from visibility, and often farther from safety. And it doesn't strengthen our town, it just makes the suffering harder to see. We're not asking for special treatment, we're asking for recognition that we are a part of this community. We shop here when we can, we volunteer when we're able, we have family here, some of us grew up here, some of us are veterans, some are parents, some are working jobs and still can't afford first and last month's rent in Clallam County's current market. There's a difference between maintaining community standards and criminalizing survival. If the goal is truly a safer and healthier Port Angeles, then solutions must address root causes, affordable housing gaps, mental health support, addiction treatment access, safe parking options, and coordinated outreach that builds trust instead of fear. Enforcement alone cannot carry that weight. When people feel constantly pushed out, trust erodes, and without trust, no long-term solution works. I understand the pressures that you face, business owners, tourism concerns, business constraints, and public complaints. This is not simple, and neither is being unhoused in a town where it feels like the messages just move along no matter where you go. We're tired, but we're alive. We're struggling, but we are resilient. We're visible, and we deserve to be heard. Please see us not as a problem to remove, but as neighbors navigating hardship. Invite conversation, partner with those directly impacted. Let lived experience be part of the solution. Port Angeles is strongest when it remembers that community includes everyone, especially those going through the hardest seasons.
Thank you. Teresa.
Hello, my name is Teresa Latch. I live in Port Angeles. I am speaking today on behalf of a community member who cannot be here. This is a long statement. Max, who's going after me, will be finishing the second half. In Port Angeles, we like to tell ourselves we are a compassionate community, but our actions and our silence tell a different story. Unhoused neighbors are routinely harassed, assaulted, and humiliated. Objects are thrown at them from moving vehicles. They are verbally abused in public spaces. There are credible reports of law enforcement officers mocking or heckling unhoused individuals rather than protecting them. This is not public safety. It is cruelty masquerading as order. What makes this even more disturbing is how openly this dehumanization has been normalized. A currently active social media page titled Port Angeles Looks Like Shit features content overwhelmingly focused on unhoused individuals. The unavoidable implication is that people shown, not policy failures, not lack of housing, not systemic neglect, are the problem. When a community platform frames human beings as visual evidence of decay, it sends a clear message about whose dignity matters. And when unhoused people are repeatedly presented as nuisances or eyesores, it fuels harassment, emboldens abuse, and reinforces the idea that mistreatment is acceptable. Meanwhile, local officials continue to point to resources that do not work. Programs riddled with barriers, punitive rules, and inadequate capacity are offered as proof of effort, even as people cycle through them and end up right back where we started or worse. This is not a failure of individuals. This is a failure of systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Max.
Hello, I'm Max Bogren. I'm a resident of Port Angeles. Speaking on behalf of a community member, I'll be finishing the statement that Teresa started. Homelessness does not erase a person's constitutional rights. Harassment and violence, whether by private citizens or those acting under color of law, raise serious civil rights concerns, including equal protection and municipal duty of care. When a city is aware of ongoing abuse and fails to intervene, it exposes itself not only to moral condemnation, but legal liability. There are better options, and they are not theoretical. Communities across the country have demonstrated that humane, evidence-based solutions work when leaders choose action over optics. Port Angeles should immediately establish a designated, adequately sized, non-punitive area where unhoused individuals can exist safely with sanitation, waste removal, and protection from harassment. Include unhoused individuals in planning and operations by compensating trustworthy members of that community to help maintain peace, manage shared spaces, and inform policy. Implement independent oversight of law enforcement conduct with transparent investigations and public reporting. Replace performative programs with housing first, low barrier solutions that prioritize stability over punishment. Commit to public timelines, measurable outcomes, and accountability. The measure of a community is not how it treats those with power, money, or visibility. It is how it treats those without them. Right now, Port Angeles is sending a message that some people are disposable, mockable, and unworthy of protection. That message is a choice, and it is one we can still choose to change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we have Bradley Calloway, Angela Glore, and John Kelly.
Good evening. Bradley Calloway, they, them. I am a city resident. Attempts to prohibit camping and encampments are a clear attack on homeless populations. These are real people that deserve dignity, respect, and above all else, real solutions backed by city, county, and state legislative bodies. To that end, I strongly oppose any amendments to add camping or encampment measures to the strategic plan. And instead, I recommend you add an additional goal to the housing strategic focus area to establish solutions for unhoused people, including establishing designated camping areas, safe parking areas with access to safe parking areas with access to sanitation, where these people can reside in safe, secure, and connected communities, and prepare a housing first strategy to put these people in barrier-free homes as a first step towards their economic recovery. These changes are indicated on the handouts I have with me that I'll be handing out when I'm done. I also have two statements from local residents that couldn't make it today that I will be reading for you. This first statement is from a 48-year-old man who has lived in Collin County since he was 4. Collin County has been his home for 44 years. I'm living in my car now. I've had to live outside for the past 8 years. I ended up there as a result of a divorce and a death. Camping bans are biased. Rich people in certain neighborhoods are allowed to have people living in RVs. Bans aren't evenly enforced. They just go after us. There are only 3 open bathrooms in the city at night. All 3 bathrooms are downtown. They expect us to walk there, carrying all of our stuff. It is so hard. No wonder people shit in the street. There should be 1 bathroom on either end of town for our use. What do I wish people understood about what it was like living outside? Quit judging us. I've had $7,000 worth of tools stolen, some of it by city employees. When I followed up on it, they told me the tools were taken to the dump. There's no way they would take new tools to the dump. We're individuals out here, some good, some bad. The second statement is from someone who's been a Clallam County resident since 2018. I ended up living outside after divorce. I came here to help my parents, but broke my back and then became addicted to opioids. My parents eventually kicked me out. I had a good community outside. We helped each other. Then they came and took everything, including documents and birth certificates. If they put in a camping ban, it would be devastating. Some families who are afraid they'll lose their kids camp to avoid that happening. A ban would cause panic and more crime. There's nowhere else to go, and people will end up living on sidewalks. What do I wish people understood was like living outside? People living outside have dignity and pride, just like everyone else. My family used to help a homeless person when I was growing up, and I never thought I would be homeless. You never know. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela.
My name is Angela Glore, and I live in Port Angeles. I'm here to share 3 short statements from people living in Port Angeles. The first is from a man who has been living outside for 6 months. He's been a Clallam County resident for 10 years. He's college educated with 2 master's degrees. He says, I ended up living outside as a result of the systemic failure to recognize the divinity of human beings. Instead, market motives are favored. If a camping ban is enacted, that will mean a total collapse of the Lockean social contract and the American ideal of equality. What do I wish people understood about what it's like to live outside? It's cold and dangerous. Statistically speaking, living outside takes 15 years off life expectancy due to exposure to the elements, crime, and disease. Statistics also show that the costs of living outside end up higher than the costs of housing first. The second statement is from a man who has lived in Clallam County a total of 13 years. I've been homeless for 3 weeks now. It's been difficult. I was in a long-term relationship with 3 kids, and then that relationship suddenly ended. At that point, I began staying with a friend, but then that house was sold and we had to leave. I'm now living in a van with a person who became homeless 6 months ago. We're not really sure how anything works and are trying to figure it out together. They're already kicking people out of parking lots. There's nowhere to go, and gas is expensive. A camping ban would make things even harder. What do I wish people understood? I'm fairly new to it all, but want people to understand how hard it is. I don't even know where to go when it's cold outside. I have a medical issue and need wound care and don't know where to go to get that taken care of. The last statement is from a woman who's been living outside for the past 10 years. I was staying at Serenity House, but I can't any longer because of my dog. I've been living outside here since December, and before that, I lived in Kitsap County. It all started when my relationship ended. I don't get a check, so I have to fly a sign. A camping ban would mean constantly having to move. It's a lot of stress, and it makes trying to go through treatment very tough. In the past, I've had things stolen and people wrecking my tent. The whole situation is hard. What do I wish people understood? It's not easy. We can't have fires to cook food to eat. When our belongings are taken and thrown out, that includes things like doctor's appointments and court dates. Losing that stuff makes it harder for us to pull ourselves together. Every time I get this close, someone in authority is knocking me down. They say they're there to help, but they're not. And I would just like to add that we live in the richest country in the world, and allowing people to live on the street is a policy and budget choice, and it is unconscionable when we make that choice to then ban the housing that people can create for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. John. I have John Kelly.
Oh.
Hello, I'm John Kelly. I live in Port Angeles. I'm relatively new here, but I've been trying to do my bit. And when I heard that you were talking about the camping ban this evening, the first thing I thought about was one of my favorite quotes from Anatole France. He wrote it, this is 1894, in his novel, Le Lis Rouge, The Red Lily. And he wrote, lawyers know this, the law in its majestic equality forbids both the rich and the poor alike from sleeping under bridges stealing their bread and begging on the street. So I would ask you to remember that the blunt instrument of the law is not terribly useful for problems like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mary Sue French and Joyce Stewart. We have a couple more signed up and then we'll go online.
Good evening, Council. My name's Mary Sue French, and I'm here with Beth Witters. We're from Cabled Fiber and Yarn in the Waterfront District. And first off, we'd like to thank the Parks and Rec Department for stepping up and assisting us in cleaning up the breezeway because it's gotten progressively worse, including starting fires next to our building last week. That's what we came home to from our 2-week vacation, was a fire that had been set and going at night next to the wood part of the building, not the brick part of the building. So that was a little scary. The situation has been getting worse, and we're concerned that we don't know what we might be exposed to when we do the cleanup with the drugs, human waste, and trash that's there. There's constant smoking and vaping of substances in the breezeway, and since those are within 25 feet of a doorway and coming into our store right now, it's a hazard to us and to our customers. And I have asthma, so it's a double hazard. Our customers are concerned for their safety, and they've addressed us with this. So that's what we're here to talk about, is especially navigating the breezeway when it's filled with all of these encampments that we can't get around easily. We have had people be aggressive and argumentative with us and our customers. But we do look forward to exploring with the city and the council on ways that we can make downtown Port Angeles clean, safe, and inviting for everybody that comes to Port Angeles, visitors and locals alike. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Joyce.
Excuse me. Hello, my name is Joyce Stewart. I live in the county. I belong to 2 organizations that do homeless outreach. We're the Tree Park Collective, which used to be Food Not Bombs, which is every Saturday, and then also MASHER, which is Mutual Aid, Syringe Exchange, and Harm Reduction. We provide harm reduction products for anybody who needs them at the park on Saturdays. One policy solution is to provide garbage cans in more places than, I don't know. I mean, I can't find a garbage can when I need one. And I've read comments online, it's like, oh, you're enabling people. Humans make garbage. If you've ever done a cross-country tour in your own vehicle and tell me what it looks like at the end, you have garbage. So I think the city and the county need to step up and come up with more garbage cans for everybody. In terms of like the breezeway, we live in an area where it rains prolifically, and within the city of Port Angeles, you're not allowed to have a tent. You have to sleep underneath a tarp on the ground. So people are looking for awnings so they don't freeze to death and get trench foot. We need to have some tent cities. We need to have organizations step up to treat people like human beings and not trash. And on top of it, not every single person who's homeless is a drug user. And the drug users who are homeless, it's not what's wrong with you, it's what happened to you. It comes from deep, deep PTSD. And the kinds of things that we see happening where people go to treatment for 30 days and then they come right back in because there's no housing. There's no housing. There's nothing. And I would use again if I were on the streets. And the kind of care that it takes and the safety net itself is already so high people can't even catch a string of it. And if they do, they're holding on for dear life, and then something happens and it falls apart. And I worked with somebody that I did as a volunteer, and I took her to detox 3 different times, and all 3 different times, crazy stuff happened. Like they can kick you out for snoring. And so here we are, we're transporting people. So everybody who's like, if you go to treatment, everything will be great. No, it's not going to happen because it took a year for this person. Anyhow, more garbage cans.
Thank you. All right. We have Lori Mittman and Adam Gross. We'll start with Lori.
Hi, I am Lori Mittman. I'm a city resident. I've been listening to the presentations that the council has been getting the last couple of weeks. And while I appreciate that you're getting these updates from the various departments and organizations with regard to homelessness and affordable housing and other topics, I do think you might be getting a little bit off track with regards to what a lot of people are finding upsetting and concerning in Port Angeles. I think the presenters so far have shown that there are a wide variety of services and plenty of services for people who want and need help. That makes me happy. I don't have any trouble with people receiving the services. I hope as many people as possible can get this help. I understand that there's 80 open beds at Serenity House and also safe parking program that we're going to learn about tonight at the First United Methodist Church. Those are great alternatives to public camping and parking. The current safety and environmental crisis is associated with a small percentage of the homeless who refuse assistance and want to continue. They refuse addiction services and they want to continue with their lifestyle of drug use and crime. And that's what is affecting the rest of us and is upsetting to the rest of us. Well, I can't speak for everyone. It's upsetting to me. I feel unsafe to move around in my own community, and the city is allowing this to happen. I don't want enforcement against the homeless. I mean, it's not a crime to be homeless. Like I said, I want people to get help, but there are bad crimes happening that are affecting all of us. And there has to be a balance. This isn't sustainable. You can't just let the rest of us be affected by property crime, property destruction, pollution of the waterways, kids seeing open drug use and thinking that's normal. I'd like to see real solutions coming out of the council, not just more talking. I know you're talking and you're getting presentations, but I really think we need real solutions for encampment-specific issues like open drug use and dealing, theft, property crime, property destructions, assault, threatening behavior, pollution of our waterways with garbage and human waste, harming the very salmon some of you claim you want to protect. I think it's a sign of good leadership to acknowledge when current policies and practices have not proven to work. And it's good leadership to be willing and proactive to try new approaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori. No clapping. Thank you. Adam Gross.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Council. Gentlemen, my name is Adam Gross. I'm a citizen of Port Angeles, and I am urging you to vote against the camping ban for a couple of different reasons. First of all, as we speak, House Bill 2489 is moving through the Washington State Legislature. This bill will negate any camping bans established by municipalities in Washington State. You pass the ban, and by June 1st, before the ink is even dry on it, it may be a moot point, and it may open the city up for liability as far as litigation against the city for moving people along after June 1st. If this were to pass in the state legislature, it kind of ends up being a moot point and a waste of resources and possibly even a financial sink for the city if we ended up getting faced by lawsuits. In fact, people could even move to Port Angeles from other cities and then sue us for having been moved along, and that's something that we may not want to get into. The other point too, to any business owners, private property owners in the room that are attending tonight and may be in favor of the ban because you've had problems with your business, your home, being violated by people who are homeless coming into your space. Look at, somebody mentioned resilience. We're resilient. If we get moved out of public areas, you're only going to appear pushed into your private areas. You're going to end up in parking lots, driveways, yards, doing what they can to negotiate being on private property somehow and push it onto private owners. This ban is just really just pushing the problem onto private property owners. Look, there's a situation nationwide. This is not a Port Angeles problem, this is a nationwide problem. And we can't fix it nationwide. But, what would be really cool is if Port Angeles was the place where we had the moral and intellectual courage to come up with a solution that works instead of just moving the problem down the road with human lives at stake and dignity at stake. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. All right. Okay, so I don't have anyone else signed up, but there may be other folks who wish to speak. I'm going to go online now. We have quite a few people signed up online. And so we will do that. And then I'll come back for a last check in council chambers. Let me get my timer ready. So if you are joining us online to speak and you have not joined before, you should hear that you've been unmuted, and I will make sure we can hear you. And then I will start your 3-minute timer. And same rules apply if you can state your name and whether or not you're a resident. And we will start with call-in user 1. Okay, it looks like call-in user 1 took their hand down. Oh,
how about now? Am I muted now?
Yes, I can hear you now. So go ahead. I'm going to go ahead with your timer.
Great, thank you. Yeah, my name is Joe Zofri. I'm a Port Angeles resident here. And I just wanted to read a few statements from some folks who couldn't be there tonight. This is a statement from a person who's been living outside off and on since August of 2025. The statement starts, I'm staying at a friend's now. I had a home and then had to leave my home because of my family problems, lots of greed and deception. If there were a camping ban, that would be messed up. The people making that decision aren't in our situation. We can't help because we don't have drug or mental health issues. What do I wish people understood about what it's like living outside? I wish they had more compassion and understanding. Cherish people for who they are and who they're not. When I'm walking and don't have my bags with me, people say hello. But when I do have my bags, they ignore me. They pretend not to see me. It's all about perception. Love people for who they are and who they're not. And then this is a statement from a man who's been in Clallam County resident for 10 years. I'm living outside and have been for 10 years. I had a job and was working towards getting a place, but then I got kicked off the HEN program before I could get a place. Camping ban would mean criminalizing people and their way of living, and that's not okay. Are people's freedoms being taken away like that? The system created homelessness. They keep on pushing us out, and we have no place to go. Some people can't be in shelters. It should all be about the county working with the people. What do I wish people understood about living outside? They can't understand until they've experienced it themselves. There's pressure on us constantly. The emotional impact is huge, and a lot of mental illness as a result of the experience. We have our stuff taken away and thrown out. We're just people. That's all I have.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll go to Brenda McAllis. There we go.
Oh, good. Thank you. My name is Brenda McAllis. I live in Clallam County outside of PA city limits. I'll be reading 3 statements from unhoused community members in Port Angeles. This statement is from a person currently living at Serenity House. They've lived outside off and on for the past 8 years. I ended up living outside because it made more sense economically. I chose not to pay rent, which was just me paying someone else's mortgage. A camping ban would benefit law enforcement and the prison industry. It would create higher taxpayer expense. Camping bans don't solve the problem. We're not going to solve the problem until the mental health crisis is solved. Mental health is the root problem. What do I wish that people understood about what it's like living outside? Some people choose to stay outside to avoid being looked down upon by shelter personnel and volunteers. Next statement is from a person who's lived in Clallam County all 30 years of their life. I'm living outside and have been for the past 2 years. I struggle to find work. I'm disabled and have learning disabilities. Serious health issues make it hard to hold down a job. I lost my job because of health issues. Then I got evicted and couldn't pay my rent. If there's a camping ban, it would mean that I'm considered a criminal for no reason. I don't have relatives who can help me. Instead, we should vote for more housing developments for low-income people. Make it easier to get a foot in the door and get rid of all the hoops they make us jump through. What do I wish people understood about what it's like living outside? It's fucking cold. We're people too. We struggle. There's a high cost of living and high housing costs. The next statement is from someone who's lived in Clallam County his entire life. He's 34. I'm currently living outside. It's been 10 years out here. I lost my job and then I went to jail. Now I have a record. I've been kicked out of places already for camping, but it's the only place I can be. The people who clean up sites take people's stuff and throw it out. People like Patty, they're not supposed to do that. They're vigilantes. What do I wish people understood about what it's like living outside? They're all only one paycheck away from being where we're at. It's really hard to bounce back once you're in this position. I've read these statements today because it's important that we keep 2 things in mind when we're talking about unhoused people. 1, they're human beings and deserve consideration and treatment as such. 2, abject poverty is not a crime, and most people in the county really are only one missed paycheck or one financial or health catastrophe away from being unhoused themselves. We need solutions to the real issues of mental health, affordability, and lack of viable social safety nets. Making camping a crime doesn't solve the broader issue that leads to homelessness. It merely criminalizes the last remaining option for an already disenfranchised population. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Renee.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm going to go ahead and start your timer.
Thank you. My name is Renee Paradis. I'm a Clallam County resident. I'm reading 2 statements from people who have experienced years of housing, insecurity, and living outside. The first comes from Tabitha, who has lived outside off and on since 2012. She's lived in Clallam County for a total of 17 years. I'm in a shelter now, which is what I do in the coldest months. Last year, I camped for 10 months. I ended up living outside after my husband decided to have relations with another woman. I was displaced. That's what put me on the street. I actually lived in a cave for a year. That was in another state. A camping ban would put our lives in danger. It's ridiculous. This is America, the land of the free. I've had my belongings taken from camps before. I've had my belongings taken at Serenity House too. What do I wish people understood about it's like living outside? I wish they understood how hard it is. We're not warm. It's not comfortable. People treat us terrible. They throw beer bottles and rocks at us. There are 4 teenage brothers who drive around in their dad's truck, harassing us at night. They have money, but what good is that? They're not nice to others. I've been humbled by this experience. We all need humbleness. Why can't we all give each other a little grace? Some of us are incapable of holding down jobs. We're just trying to survive. The second statement is from John, who has lived in Clallam County his entire life. I'm staying in a shelter now. I've been living outside for 5 years. I lost my job and then I couldn't pay my rent. The landlord evicted me. I have a job now, but it's only part-time, so I don't make enough for rent. It's really a challenge to keep a job while living outside. If there's a camping ban, I would worry about them taking all of my stuff. What do I wish people understood about what it's like living outside? They don't understand the amount of effort we have to put into survival every single day. We have to work full time just to stay alive. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Jay Kahn.
Hello.
I can hear you, so we'll go ahead and start your timer.
Thank you. My name is Jay Kahn, and I live in Clallam County outside of PA. I will be reading 2 statements on behalf of community members who could not be here. The first statement is from someone from Nia Bay who has lived in Clallam County their whole life. I'm living outside now. It's been 1 year. I ended up outside because of addiction. Recovery environments made me uncomfortable and made it harder for me to stay sober. A camping ban would make me extremely mad. There's no rent cheap enough to afford, and it's hard enough as it is. It's wet and cold. What do I wish people understood about what it's like living outside? Restrictions don't help people. We need you to provide 2 or 3 safe places to camp. The second statement is from a 47-year-old man who was born and raised in Clallam County. I am currently living outside and have been outside for the last 5 years. I ended up outside after an eviction because the landlord wanted us out. We couldn't afford to rent anywhere else. There shouldn't be a camping ban. If a campsite is clean and the people aren't harassing anyone, leave it. Clallam County should have tiny homes and a tent city like in Jefferson County. We should follow their footsteps. We could try it out for 6 months and see how it goes. They should also try to work with people who are banned from shelters to find a solution instead of just banning them. They're counselors. They should be able to do that. Homeless are more welcome in Squim than here. There are more programs in Port Angeles. You should let us run them, people who are doing well, while you oversee us. What do I wish people understood about what it's like living outside? It's tough, especially in a county that doesn't welcome us. Not all of us are bad. A lot of us try to help each other out. The way homeless are treated is horrible. There are no public outlets available for charging our phones and things. The county looks at us like we're garbage. We are harassed by police for everything. I chose to read these statements today because I want to stand for compassion and human dignity. I would like to add that I care very deeply about the environment. I spend every day trying to protect and restore our waterways, but our policies must put human life and dignity first. And I encourage our community to not use environmental protection as an excuse to enact cruelty onto vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Susie Blake. All right. Susie, let's.
Hello.
There you are. Okay. Perfect timing. All right. Go ahead when you're ready. I can hear you.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to make a quick technology comment. The WebEx link that you used to be able to just click on and log in is now requiring you to enter a random passcode. And that's a change. And I don't know if that's intentional, but it makes it exponentially more difficult for people to log in online, especially if you get like tapped out. And that's all for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Susie. All right. Excuse me. Next is Sage Moffett.
Hi, this is Sage.
Sage, we can hear you, so I'm going to go ahead and start your timer.
Perfect. This is Sage. I live in PA. I'm going to read 2 statements from Clallam County residents. The first statement is from a man who has been a Clallam County resident for 6 years. He's been living in his car for a year. I ended up in my car after experiencing divorce and job loss at the same time. You never know who's going to be in our shoes. I never thought I'd be in these shoes. My car had some problems and it was going to cost $7,000 to fix. Fortunately, my mother helped me out and I have a different car now. I live on SSI. If there's a camping ban, well, you can't squeeze blood out of a turnip. I can't pay for the tickets I have now. I don't give a rip what anyone says. I'll do what I'm going to do. There's no such thing as disposable people. There were some people who brought food and clothes to a site once, and the best part of that was not the food or clothes. It was how they looked at us without any judgment. Their smiles and their lack of judgment were the best. What do I wish people understood about what it's like living outside? There's no such thing as disposable people. That's my main thing. There's no such thing as disposable people. The second statement is from a couple currently living outside after the city took their motorhome. Over the past 12 years or so, they've been living outside off and on and had finally found stability in their motorhome. One of them grew up in Sequim and is a lifelong Clallam County resident. The motorhome was gifted to us. We had problems with the motorhome license because the previous owner wouldn't return calls or emails. Then the city took it, so now we're outside. The city set up areas for people to camp in. Those places should be run by the people living there. What do we wish that people understood what it's like living on the outside? It's not easy. Our central nervous systems are in a permanent survival mode. It's not sanitary. There are rats all over the city, and I once woke up with one on my arm. Community members have thrown full cans at us from a truck. People are sometimes mean and nasty. We didn't choose to be here. Sometimes stuff happens outside of people's control. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Otto.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. If you can speak
Hello?
up, just
Okay.
that would be helpful. And I will go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Otto. I'm a Port Angeles city resident and a business owner in the downtown area. I have lived experience residing in a truck top camper, and it wasn't easy. With a lot of support, I was able to open a business in Port Angeles while living in the camper, and eventually find suitable housing. I would not have been able to do this using any of the supports that are available in Port Angeles to people experiencing homelessness. It was only through family and friend support and very lucky circumstances that I was able to do this. During my time as a Port Angeles business owner, I have developed relationships with our community members who live in camping conditions. They are our customers and people that we speak with regularly. You know, I walk down the street and we greet each other by name. If the store is closed for a day or two, somebody will come in and ask if we were sick, if we're doing all right. These really are our community members. They shop in our store. They're not, I don't understand some of the attitudes we have towards people camping on the street, is what I'm trying to say. Our neighbors are working so hard to keep their heads up. And with our regular check-ins with the people that come into our store, we hear just how hard relocation can be. It can really devastate their efforts to stay above water. And if they have any appointments to make for healthcare or job appointments or housing supports, a relocation can really just cut those efforts off where they are and make them have to start all over again. There's no one size fits all solution to any problem. There are many solutions to the issues facing our neighbors who are living on the street, but a camping ban is not one of them. And I really urge you to not enact a camping ban. Thank you.
Thank you. Last hand online is Matthew Moore.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
And go ahead. Starting your timer.
Yeah, thanks. So my name's Matthew Moore. I'm a City of Port Angeles resident. I also work for the city, but I'm representing myself here. Apologize, I haven't been able to pay more attention to the topic, but I understand that there may be a potential camping ban as a way to address people sleeping in the creek. Sounds like it might be in regards to environmental issues. Just a first point, if you go look at White Creek on Front, just past McDonald's, just west of that, you'll find trash all down the escarpment. So, people throw their trash out of their cars. I'm not really as worried about, the homelessness versus just regular people trashing the environment. It's a widespread issue. But regarding homelessness itself, it's a systemic failure, and we have to accept that and take responsibility for that. I recommend the book Citizen Hobo to understand some of the root causes, but it's easier enough to understand how decades of dismantling public services sets people up for failure. So in engineering, one of the first things we learn to do when addressing a problem is to check whether a solution already has been engineered. In this case, solutions do exist, and it is called housing first. And to fine-tune the solution, my recommendation would be to get a range of experience to solve this complex problem. It's been awesome that people have been being the voice for a lot of people that can't be here tonight. And in Deschutes, Oregon, back in 2024, they did a civic assembly where they had a random selection of community members to address youth homelessness. And I think that we should do that here because we need to address this problem and everyone needs to be involved. We need to hear from the homeless community who are our residents, whether or not people recognize that. And so I have contacts with the people that organize that, and I'm happy to share that if people want to reach out. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Matthew. All right. We have time for a couple more from council chambers. We've got Stephen and then the woman in the back. And then we'll take a quick break and get on with our rest of our, not get on with, that sounds dismissive, but then we'll move on with our agenda. Go ahead, Stephen.
Great. Excuse me. Thank you, Stephen Paleo. I live in the county. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members here. I want to start by acknowledging that this may sound uncomfortable, but I think many residents understand this. We're not going to solve homelessness. We're not going to solve poverty. We're not going to eliminate drug use in our community. These are national societal issues right now. But what we can do, and really what we must do, is we have to maintain some level of public safety, public order, and clean public spaces. That means I want to focus the conversation on issues that are directly within the city's responsibility, including crime, lawlessness, and pollution and trash in our parks, in our creeks, and in our public areas. The photos collected by 4PA, already enough evidence. These volunteers are cleaning our public spaces week after week, and they're telling us that it's getting worse. Yet I worry that the current conversation it's becoming diluted. Instead, I want us to focus on enforcement of existing laws and the condition of our public spaces, which, we're being asked to we're being asked to comment more broadly on homelessness policy and, harm reduction programs. We've heard presentations from Serenity House and Salvation Army and Tonight Taffy. These organizations are doing important work, and they're helping good people that are down on their luck. But they're also not responsible for running the city. That's City Hall. And so respectfully, what residents really want to hear now is from the people responsible for taking action, not from volunteers, not from nonprofit organizations. So that's why tonight I want to take a page out of Nathan's State of the City address, and I want to issue some challenges back to City Hall. I understand on April 7th, we're going to hear maybe from the city a little bit more on some of their perspective, but as you're organizing for that, I'd love to hear from our Director of Parks and Recreation. I want to hear him come before council and give us a report how our parks are being impacted by vandalism and crime. I want to hear how much his budget's being saved by 4PA and the volunteers there. I'd love to hear from Public Works and talk to us a little bit about some of the vandalism and theft of our public infrastructure there, and talk about, how they're protecting our stormwater systems and how they're dealing with everything from like human feces on our sidewalks and our street. And of course, Chief Smith, I want to hear from you because you scared me when you said more than 95% of crime in our community is related to drugs. Is this getting worse? What do you plan on doing differently now? And then finally, I want to challenge, he's not here tonight, but our city manager, Nathan, you know, he's our CEO. And each of these departments report to him. You know, he was a planner for 12 years, now city manager. I don't think Port Angeles today is what he envisioned 10, 20 years ago. So I want them to come up here, show that they want to take action, risk some political capital, just do something different. The status quo is unacceptable. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. All right. And then we have the woman in the back. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but go ahead and come on down. And then we're going to move on in our agenda from public comment. So I appreciate everyone being here.
Christina Davis. I've been here for about a year.
Hold on just a minute. If you can pull the microphone down a little closer, I know it can be really make you it can be unnerving to speak in front of so many people. So, but just take a deep breath and make sure you speak into the microphone so everyone can hear.
Thank you. My name is Christina Davis. I've been here for just over a year. I came from Florida, and by day 3 of being here, I came here to help my mom who has dementia. And I didn't realize she was so combative. So after 3 days, not having anybody, I left my home, I left my kids, I left my job, my car, everything. I left it all in Florida to come here and help my mother. I ended up homeless. And what I realized is it's really hard to be homeless here. Like, you wake up in the morning, you don't know, half the time you don't even know where you're at. You're always in a different spot every day. You have to pack up everything that you own, pack it up. You have to carry it to the next spot that you're not trespassed from. The cops follow you from place to place to place and trespass you. It's peer harassment. And this is really hard here being homeless. There's certain things that they could do. I understand, I acknowledge that there's a trash issue. A lot of people are pigs. I mean, I'm sorry, a lot of us aren't. You know, a lot of us go around picking up behind the other people that are, you know, and we try to help out where we can. And, you know, a lot of businesses get really angry because people have to camp there for shelter from the rain and whatnot, usually on the rainy nights or when it's really cold. But there's things that can be easily done to fix those, like implementation of trash pickup, maybe in intersections. There are certain trash cans that you could, you know, designate throughout the city for, you know, that are picked up that aren't related to maybe a water account, you know, so that, you know, it's the problem solved right there. And then there's other things like maybe you could issue discovery passes to people that are registered homeless. And that would solve the issue of people sleeping in the city. Maybe you could even extend the amount of time that they're allowed, you know, with a discovery pass to camp in a certain spot. And if there's certain, you know, stipulations and ramifications for violations, you know, it could work. There's all these closed down camping grounds that are around here, at least 3 of that I know. 3 that I know of, and that if somebody were to, you know, to maybe give them some type of incentive, which I'm sure there's plenty of federal incentives for people that are willing to help out with that issue, then maybe, you know, they would be willing to help. You know, there's probably plenty of homeless people that might be very grateful to possibly be asked to be employed maybe for trash pickup in sites like that by maybe the county or somebody. You know, even if it's not, you know, even if it doesn't pay them very much, you know, it's problem solved. And, you know, being that it's a person who's homeless would know where to go to, you know, solve those types of issues. It's a lot of people, obviously it's always a mental illness or lack thereof, you know, of people that are homeless. Usually it's something that isn't sustainable, whether it's finance or, you know, mental health or whatever. And, people aren't exactly taking into consideration that these people have rights. They have a whole separate Bill of Rights, you know, and they also have the right to quality of life. They have the right to dignity. They have the right to, you know, these things that we're totally being denied throughout the city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I see one person standing up. Are you hoping to make a comment? Oh, she's a presenter. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to close our first public comment period. Thank you all for being here and speaking, and for those online. I think let's try to do consent agenda really quickly, and then we can take a quick break and come back with we have a long list of presenters tonight. So is there anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? Nothing. Okay. Anyone? Is there anything anyone would like to add to the consent agenda? Drew?
Yes, I'd like to add contract J1 portable radio purchase, and then J2 the 24-hour public restroom purchase.
All right. Anything else?
Madam Mayor,
Yep.
I have one.
Go ahead. Yes. Let me see if there's anything to add first, and then I'll go to you before we move on.
Thank you.
Just a comment. Okay. Let me go to Scott really quickly for an update, a typo, or rather a correction on one of the items on the consent agenda, and then I will go to you for your comment, Amy.
Thank you. I just have a slight clarification on item number E4. This is regarding the building lease extension. The dollar amount that's reflected in there, it shows total amount of $102,000. That's actually the total annual amount of $102,000, but it's a 2-year lease. So the total lease cost is $204,000. I just wanted to clarify that. All the backup on page E47 within the lease reflects correctly the 24 months. I just want to make sure you were understanding it's a 2-year lease, total cost $204,000. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Amy, you had a comment.
I just wanted to, again, acknowledge, I think I did a couple of months ago when we accepted the grant, but I just wanted to again acknowledge for J1, the behavioral health grant. I was a part of the subcommittee that awarded that grant for the county.
Thank you. All right. I will go ahead and read the consent agenda then. The minutes of February 24th, 2026. Expenditure report from February 21st, 2026 and March 6th, 2026 in the amount of $2,884,189.57. City Council Chambers audio system refresh, light operations temporary building lease extension, Port Angeles Police Department mobile data terminal replacements, portable radio purchase, UW BHCOR and AFG grant funded, and 24-hour public restroom purchase, Portland Loo. Any comments, questions, or a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any questions? Okay. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we will take a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to, because I do think we want to adopt the strategic plan updates, and if we don't get to that tonight, it's not the end of the world. So we'll come back and do and start with item I1 and get started on with our guests who are here giving presentations. Yes,
Madam Mayor, I would suggest we keep H1 as the next topic based off emails and public support that we've heard. A lot of people seem to be interested in how or what we end up adopting for that. So I recognize we have a lot of stuff there, but I also don't know how many people in our audience are waiting to find out how we go about that.
Okay. I will think about that and we can talk about it when we get back from our break. All right. So we'll take a 5-minute break and come back and resume our agenda. For anyone who's listening, I'm just going to use my gavel because it's louder and gets people's attention. All right, I see council members on their way. We're missing Latricia. Okay, well, while we wait for Latricia, I'm going to revisit my suggestion about a strategic plan. I did have during the break a request or a comment from a couple comments from council members. I believe that the people who are interested in what we're going to do with the strategic plan are also going to be here next week, likely, because this is when council will actually have the discussion around potential direction to staff to move in a direction one way or the other. So I would like to, in the interest of time, given that it's already 7:20, if we get to it be by the end of the meeting, that will be great, but I am going to prioritize the presentations. We have 7, it is 7:20, and even if everyone between council and presenter only takes 15 minutes, we're going to be here for a while. So all important, and I don't want to rush through those or miss one because we've taken up the strategic plan and then it's 10 o'clock. So I am going to turn it over to Calvin for a quick introduction and then we will get started.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You'll recall that during your February 3rd meeting, the topics of camping and encampments were discussed, and a motion was made to hold a work session on these topics as part of your April 7th meeting. At that time, several council members also indicated an interest in inviting a series of speakers to present to council on their specific roles during upcoming meetings prior to that April work session. Staff quickly reached out to various organizations and extended those invitations. You will recall that at your February 17th meeting, you heard presentations from Habitat for Humanity, Salvation Army, and 4PA. And on March 3rd, you heard from the County Homelessness Task Force, Clallam County Harm Reduction, and PBH. Tonight, you'll receive presentations from the Peninsula Housing Authority, Serenity House, Taffy, the Port Angeles Waterfront District, OPCC, First United Methodist Church, and OLICAP. Again, council will hold a work session on this broader topic on April 7th, starting at 4:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin. And I want to quickly say thank you to all of our guests, and also just a quick note of thanks to folks who spoke at public comment period representing folks who were able to help other people share lived experience with us so that we're not only getting service provider side of the issue. I think that's really helpful. So as everyone heard, we have a long slate of presentations tonight, and we want to make sure that everyone has an equal amount of time so we don't crunch up at the end. I don't think anyone wants to be here past 10. I certainly don't. And so we are hoping that people will stay to 10 to 15 minutes. In order to help with that, we'll use the lights so you guys have a sense of how much time you have. The green light will be on for the first 10 minutes, and then the yellow or amber, depending on how you define that middle light, will come on after 10 minutes, and then it will turn red after 15. And it won't cut off your microphone, but just helps all of us pay attention to you while also having some passive timekeeping. And then from a council perspective, I would like to ask that if you have questions that are specific to how this organization is doing their work, that will be very relevant to our conversation next meeting, I think those would be good ones to ask tonight. If you have general questions about some part of their mission or something they do, I would ask that perhaps you reach out to them at a different time or outside of tonight's meeting as far as questions go, just so that we don't end up in a half, because I imagine that like the other presenters, all of us would happily sit and have a conversation with you all for the whole day, but we don't have that kind of time. So if we have questions about mission or other parts of the organization, if we can maybe reach out individually, that would be great if you all are willing to allow us to do that. But I will stop talking so I don't take any more time and invite Sarah Martinez up. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening. I have notes, so I'm going to keep it to 10 or 15 minutes. My name is Sarah Martinez. I'm the Executive Director of the Peninsula Housing Authority. And so if you could go to the next slide, please. I thought it would be really great to let council understand what a public housing authority is, because we are a very unique entity that serves both in Clallam and Jefferson County. And so creation of PHAs came out of the Housing Act of 1937 from the federal government. And what the federal government wanted to do was provide the funding and the regulation, but they didn't want to own the land, build the buildings, or sign the leases. And so they gave power to states to create housing authorities within specific jurisdictions, cities, and counties across the state. And so after 1937, in 1965, HUD was created, which is the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is the housing authority's largest regulatory body. So we follow regulation in housing programs that are administered from the federal government through HUD. And then in 1974, Section 8 housing was created, which is probably the most common thing that people know the housing authority to do, is be the administrator of Section 8 housing, or sometimes you'll hear it referred to as housing choice voucher. And so this allowed PHAs across the country to give vouchers to low-income households to rent from private landlords, and the housing authority pays a subsidy, and the voucher holder pays a portion of their income towards the total rent. And so we are governed under state statute RCW 3582, that's Public Housing Authority law, and it defines housing authorities as a public body, corporate, and politics. So we are a political subdivision. A lot of people think that we are a nonprofit organization, but we are not. We are more similar to a city or a county jurisdiction in terms of how we are governed and how we have to report and adhere to certain financial requirements. We have bylaws which cover the who, when, how, and of the agency's leadership and its board. The bylaws are kind of our internal governance. We have a board, an 8-member volunteer board of commissioners who are appointed by the Jefferson and Clallam County commissioners. They receive no compensation, and they are a fiscal and policy board that provides oversight and monitoring only. In 2001, we actually consolidated. So previously, we were the Housing Authority of the County of Clallam. We were created in 1941. And then Jefferson County Housing Authority was created in 1970. And in 2001, we consolidated and became the Peninsula Housing Authority. So that's how we ended up with an 8-member board, which is an unusual number because you can have a tie in a vote. So next slide, please. We administer federal, state, and local low-income housing programs, and we are also a landlord and property owner. So we provide many, many rental subsidies of different kinds to private landlords for low-income housing, low-income participants who live in both our housing and also in privately owned housing across both counties. We own and manage properties. So we have a couple of properties that we manage for other owners where we act as the property management agent for them. We play a critical role in the housing continuum, but we are not a frontline service provider to those who are experiencing homelessness or immediate crisis. Most of our programs are waitlist based, and we have long wait lists to access our housing programs. Our largest housing program is Housing Choice Voucher, which is the Section 8 voucher program. We expend about $6.6 million annually in housing assistance payments across both counties. Some of our smaller programs that do touch on individuals that are experiencing homelessness would be our VASH program, which is our Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing Program. And that program only makes up about 4% of that $6.6 million. We only have about 45 VASH vouchers. And so those come to us as a referral from the VA, and then we issue a voucher, and there's case management services that are provided by the VA while those veterans look for housing and obtain housing and become stable in housing. We also have a very, very small program called the Emergency Housing Voucher Program, which was a result of the CARES Act when COVID happened. That funding source is actually no longer funded by the federal government. We have funding through the end of this year, and so we will be looking to transition our remaining voucher holders to our regular Housing Choice Voucher Program over the course of the next year. We also have a TBRA grant, which is the Tenant-Based Rental Assistance Program. It's funded through the state of Washington as a grantee of the federal government. And so eligible households are referred specifically through coordinated entry, which are the systems that manage homelessness in both Clallam and Jefferson County. We provide the rental subsidy only. The coordinated entry organization continues to provide case management services. The thing about TBRA is that it is only a 2-year transitional program. So most of those folks have to come to some sort of stabilization and find other housing subsidies or rentals before the 2 years ends. And then one other program I want to talk really quickly about is our mutual self-help housing program, which is a home ownership program. This is a program where we work with USDA Rural Development for low-income subsidized mortgages. We receive a technical assistance grant to help groups of 6 to 8 households build single-family houses. We started this program in 2004, and we have helped construct about 125 houses in Clallam and Jefferson County. It's an amazing program. Families have to put in 32 hours a week of labor on their own home as well as their neighbors' homes, and everybody moves in together at the end, and we build small communities within the community. Let's go to the next slide, please. We have about just over 550 owned or managed properties across the county. We have about 96 units in Forks, 421 units in Port Angeles, and then we are the managing member of a 40-unit project in Port Hadlock in Jefferson County, and that was one that we acquired when we consolidated with the Jefferson County Housing Authority. Most of our properties serve people who are at or below 80% of area median income as defined by HUD. A lot more of our programs require that you be even lower income to be qualified. So 60%, even down to 30%. And so in order for us to operate those programs, we rely heavily on subsidies. And so the subsidy pays the difference between what that person can afford based on 30% of their income and what the contract rent for the particular unit might be. And that's how we're able to sustain these projects, pay for the staff, maintain them, and ultimately, operate the authority through having multiple properties. One important thing to remember too is that we do have programs that work with individuals that have no income. If you are somebody that has no income, the subsidy will pay your rent while you work to find income, whatever source that might be. It could be Social Security, it could be obtaining employment, it could be getting ABD through the state. Most of our properties also have some sort of requirement that you recertify your income annually. And over the course of the year, if your income changes, you can report that and your rent will change based on what your income is at that time. So rarely do we have issues where somebody can't afford the rent if it is based on their income. Usually what happens is somebody can't afford the rent because there's been a circumstance that has occurred. And we generally work with our other partner organizations like Serenity House or OLICAP to help somebody in that situation where they may or may not be able to make their rent payment that month, seeking assistance from those organizations to get the rent paid while that person recovers and moves on and either gains employment again or, finds a source of income. Next slide, please. So I want to talk briefly about the development of new housing. That is something that we spend a significant amount of time on because we know that low-income housing is desperately needed in our community. We have a project that is at the corner of East 7th Avenue and Gales in the East Urban Growth area. It's going to be 24 units that will serve individuals 60% or below of area median income, and we will have special needs set-asides for seniors, veterans, and disabled individuals. We are about 85% funded in that project. We have an ask currently into the county for an additional $500,000 of 1590 funds, which are some affordable housing funds that are available. And then we will be going out to the Federal Home Loan Bank of Des Moines for a grant for another $500,000 here by May 1st. The plan is to get construction started by October of this year. We anticipate about a 12-month build. And so we will be leasing those units hopefully by the fall of 2027. We also have a small 7-unit mutual self-help build that's in the same neighborhood that we're hoping to get started here within the next 30 days. We're waiting for closing dates from USDA. And then our next large project that will take us probably several years to fund because we do go out for public funding sources, will be 60 units of senior housing at our Mount Angeles View location, which is up off Francis Street. We've done 2 phases of redevelopment there. We built 63 units in 2018, and then the Boys and Girls Club built their new club that finished construction in 2021. And so we're really going to be coming to the city and our local jurisdictions here over the next several months to seek support both financially and with letters of support for this project. 60 units will make a huge impact on the senior population. We know that it is a very vulnerable population right now. There will be some units that will be set aside for homeless seniors. There will also be project-based subsidies in that apartment building that will allow those with very, very low income to live there as well. So that's what I have. 2 minutes left. I'm happy to take questions. And next slide, please. I just want to have this picture shown. This is a picture from 1951 when the Housing Authority of the County of Clallam was constructing what is fondly called Mount Angeles View family. Those 2 townhouse buildings do not exist anymore. The Boys and Girls Club building is there now, but it's just a great representation of how far the agency has come from the 50s to where we are now.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there questions from council? John, go ahead. And then Latricia.
Thanks for the I'm still going to use this mic. Thanks for the presentation. My question is, does the authority prioritize density in their housing or single family and multifamily? What's the priority when you guys go to make these housing decisions? What do you guys?
Generally, the priority is set based on what the funding source sets as a priority. So for example, our mutual self-help housing program only does single family housing. So that's the priority with that grant that we're able to build. Whereas when we look at more of a multifamily project, we'll be looking at larger buildings where we want to have increased density because the funding source will allow for that.
Latricia?
I have 2 questions. Thanks for the presentation. Does Peninsula Housing Authority, with your funding, are you able to also incorporate transitional housing in that? Like when you designate units for, like you just talked about the senior housing and the different income levels, but are you able to like set aside some for people for transitional? I mean, that they're moving from a system like out of jail and then we need to stabilize them so that we can get them into housing. And then the other question I had is about capacity and you guys building capacity to be able to do all this.
So generally, we do not have programs that work with transitional housing. Most of our programs are a permanent housing solution for folks. That said, we do work with our partner agencies such as OLICAP and Serenity House when we have somebody that might have barriers to housing, where we set up like a sponsor agreement. And so we can get some case management services from those organizations to help stabilize that person. And ultimately, the goal is that they retain that housing for as long as they need it, not just a transitional period. So we don't tell people they have to move out after a certain number of days or a period of time. Capacity is a long-winded answer. And so I would encourage any council member that wants to talk capacity of the authority to reach out to me separately. We are a small agency. I have 35 full-time employees, and myself and my director of development are the development team. We try to hire consultants when we can to help us. And so capacity from a human resource perspective is challenging. Capacity from a capital resource facility perspective is also challenging because there are very limited dollars that we can apply for, and it's very competitive in our state.
So just to clarify, did you say 3 to 5 or 35?
35.
Okay.
Any other? Okay, I have one really quick question, and you may have already answered it, but I'm going to ask the specific way. So if you move in on a subsidy to one of your units, and then you have the amazing fortune that this housing has stabilized you enough that you were able to move up in your job and your income exceeds that you go above 100% AMI, is there a time period when after your income is recertified that you would have to move out?
It depends.
Okay.
So programmatically speaking, it depends on the program. Some of our programs allow for individuals to go over 80% of AMI. Other programs don't.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Next presentation is Sharon Megard from Serenity House.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Megard, and I'm the Executive Director of Serenity House. And we have our board president here with us tonight, Rena. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am going to only talk about what Serenity House does, a little bit about our point in time count, and a little bit about some of the government changes that are happening. Next slide, please. We've been here in Port Angeles for about 40 years, and that's about 5 years or 35 years longer than I've been in this position. So I know that it has a lot of history in the area, but Serenity House is the coordinated entry point for homeless in Calhoun County. And we serve from Blinn to Nia Bay. And we own 3 permanent supportive housing projects, 2 here in Port Angeles, 1 in Sequim. And we also, you probably know us more by the shelter than anything else. But what we do provide to the area is we provide eviction prevention, we provide rental assistance, we provide, we work with people coming out of the systems of care. So we have programs that, and most of our programs for the systems of care and our CHG programs are mostly 2-year programs, which are temporary programs, and they are built on building people up to be able to take over their own lives and their own positions. So as like income increases would be a subsidy decrease, and it's there to promote people from staying in a program forever. We do have 10 transitional houses that we work with for people out of systems of care, just because you asked that question earlier. Next slide. Our agency serves about 47 or 4,700 people in Clallam County every year. And I've given you a breakdown, and we have 113 people in our youth programs. We serve on a general basis from coordinated entry, about 25,000 or 2,500. And if we go to the next slide, I have broken down each program cost and each program's expenses. We usually cover a lot of the expenses through our thrift store, and I go for private donations and so on and so forth. So the income side is what we bring in as an agency for that particular program, and the expense side is what we put out for that. Next slide, please. Homeless services that we offer, again, are rental subsidies, eviction prevention, and in case I forgot something, we do essential needs. I've covered in the shelter, we are 24/7s, and we serve 47,000 meals a year out of the shelter. We provide services for laundry, we provide services for showers and clothing. We do a lot of wraparound services, but we don't provide at shelter case management. We have Peninsula Behavioral Health do case management, OPCC. We use all of the partners that are qualified to be case manager and to provide mental health care and to provide sobriety services. So the shelter really is about roofs and roofs overhead. So there's not anything that we do other than, well, in housing, we have people that will assist people with finding services such as filling out applications for SSI, filling out all of our things are about income and roofs. So we'll help them through the rental process. We'll help them through paying deposits, first month's rent, all the things that they need to get into. Next slide, please. As a benefit to the community, we bring in about $5 million to the community. We employ 70 people, of which about 40% are from our homeless programs or directly out of the shelter or directly out of one of my programs. So we support people getting into jobs while they're staying with us, or if they can work, we will help them find employment. We pay landlords about $1.3 million every year. Our payroll is about 2.8. So that goes directly back into your community and into buying products and paying rents and doing all those things for our employees. We have sub-grants for other agencies. We have one up in Nia Bay for people to get housing in Nia Bay. We have a few people that, I don't think I have anyone here that we're subsidizing right or have a contract with this right now. But in subcontracts and maintenance and all of that goes back into the community is with our shelter operations. One of the things that I can say about the shelter is that if we were to buy a hotel room and provide meals, that's about $119 for just the hotel room. The cost to operate the shelter is about $38 per person per day. So it is a cost savings. I can't say enough about our permanent supportive housing because it is low barrier. It is housing first. And, you know, we move people in as soon as we have a vacancy. There's only 61 units like that, but we're working on expanding another set of units in Squim. But if you were paying assisted living, that would be about $5,000 a year. These units are roughly come out to about, well, it's $5,000 a month, and our units come out to about 13. So it's a cost savings to have permanent supportive housing in the community. Our thrift store brings in about 10% of our income in general, and they also provide all the clothing and all of the setup costs for people that are moving into permanent supportive housing. So obviously, if you're homeless, you don't have furniture, you don't have all the bedding, you don't have all of those things to start up a house, but our thrift store provides that. Next slide. The point in time count is, these are very rough numbers. I looked at last year to this year. Last year we were at 331. This year we're at 337. These have to go through Commerce, and they have to go through HUD, and they go through a whole cycle of sanitizing the numbers so they match everything in the country. Some of the things that I see as in just an analysis is that we have a lot of people in the age brackets of 25 to 54. And those tend to be most of our unsheltered people. I noticed a trend last year that people were out on the street that were over 55 or over 65, and they've mostly moved into our shelter. So our shelter is now at about 35 or 30% of people that are just older. Next slide. Some of our challenges, and I don't know if Peninsula, or if anyone else is really affected by that, but in December, HUD came down with a ruling that they wanted us to change permanent supportive housing to temporary housing. And that concerns me a great deal because everybody that's going to be reclassified to temporary housing then ends up with the status of being homeless. Because temporary housing still means that you are homeless. It doesn't take away your time in homelessness. So it would also mean that I would have to move people out of the permanent supportive housing and figure out how to rotate them around every 2 years. So, and when we're talking about the people that are in those units, it is not a real feasible plan because most of them are also from that aging homeless group. So when you see the change from permanent housing to temporary housing, it is a caution sign, and it should be a caution sign to everyone here. Next slide. I really want to thank the fire department and the police department and all the support that we get from the city, because without their help in emergency response in the shelter, without their help in helping us maintain safe, we would be in a different spot. So thank you again. If I were to ask for anything from the city of PA, I would ask for consideration of utilities for the shelter. And that is about a $75,000 a year bill for us. We are replacing solar panels at Maloney Heights. And for the community, if I was to ask anything for your help, is we have a program called Advocate, and it's $15 a month. So thank you. Any questions?
All right, council, are there questions from anyone? Navarro, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. First, the city is obviously concerned about how to help our unhoused friends and neighbors and our constituents. But also, I think as a council, we've tried to work pretty hard on lowering the barriers to help our nonprofit partners like yourself and our for-profit developer partners easier ways to build affordable housing. So I'm always curious when folks are building in other communities. It's very exciting that you're building in Sequim, but I'm wondering if there was anything that made that decision easier for you to build in Sequim than here in Port Angeles.
I own the property and the building is 1948, and I'd like to replace it.
Solid. We talk quite often about how it's easier to renovate already existing structures, and certainly when you already own, that makes things much easier. I think my other question, certainly there's a lot of challenges at the federal government that you talked about, and I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about, you are our shelter here in Port Angeles, that you serve people all over the place. I will also say I have clients in Jefferson County who have resided or currently reside with you. And so I think it's very clear that you are serving a vast community. Can you talk to about how many beds at the shelter are full right now? And how many you have? And how many you have?
So we have 142, of which there are 6 that are controlled by OPCC. And we're right now averaging 133 to 138 a night.
That feels like it's almost full. That's really impressive. All right. I feel like I could keep going and going, but knowing that we are on a time constraint, I will limit my questions and just say thank you.
Amy?
Sharon, thanks for being here. My question is not fully formed, but what I want to ask about is, so again, our conversation hopefully will be about action, right? What can we do and what can we do better, or how we're going to be talking about that. So I don't want to say what we're going to be talking about. But my question is, it's coming, just wait for it. When I start thinking about potential solutions, right, and hearing stories, I think about having alternative opportunities, right? So some commenters or public commenters today talked about camping places, parking, safe parking, tiny homes. And those are things that I read about elsewhere and kind of keep up to date on. And so my question, everyone, is could you speak a little bit more on, I know you've had some attempts in years past to have some camping on your property. I think you also had some safe parking. Could you just share a little bit about your experience with that? And then hopefully at the end, you will say that you would be happy to partner with the city on developing similar programs.
Okay. Well, we currently have 5 parking spots on our site. And those are first come, first serve. We're in the process of revising our policy around that, but it has not gone to the board for a vote. It will go to the board next month. but just to briefly overview that is it was for 14 days you could come and stay. We're going to extend that for some period of time if it's approved. I do have, no, as far as tents on the property, I'm reserving that for overflow for when I get to that point where I've got 142 beds filled. We will probably bring in, and I'm working with the city fire department right now on my occupancy for the old shelter. And I'm not really able to talk about that right now. But, because I think I need to give the city time to really think about the occupancy on the building. So
I appreciate that, and I'm sure the city won't give you a hard time.
Yeah.
I'm sure they would not do that on purpose.
And I can't commit to being the person that would run an encampment. So thanks.
All right. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much, Sharon. Let's have Taffy's presentation and then probably take another quick break. So Susan.
Hello, I'm Susan Hilgren with Taffy, and I probably has started yet. Is the presentation going to automatically go forward? Do we know?
Just say next slide, please.
All right, okay. All right, so it's a picture of Pam and I. Pam and I created Taffy 17 years ago, which is a long time, and I think this is the first time I ever got to do a presentation. So, yee-haw, next slide. All right. Wisdom, love, hope, acceptance, and change. That's how we rock it at Taffy. And that's just how everybody needs to do it. Businesses are not more important than people. Please, next. Taffy stars in the community. Pictures of used to be active addicts, crazy kids. These guys have real jobs, real families, real kids, and real opportunities to help the community. They're very familiar faces. And they'll all tell you if it wasn't for Taffy, they wouldn't be in that picture. So next. Every day at Taffy, we put shoes on their feet, we put clothes on their back, we put food in their bellies, we give them a safe place to put their stuff, and we give them friendship. That's what we're about. Next. Volunteers at Taffy. I am the only paid employee, yeehaw, and I have 40 volunteers. Some have been with us the whole time. Some have just been new, which thank God the universe brought me some more because there's a lot of work there. But they're just wonderful, and I have all of these volunteers bring what their heart wants them to bring, and that's how it works. I don't tell them what to do. They tell me what they want to do, and it works. Next. Holidays, my favorite times. We celebrate with the 4th of July, with Christmas, birthdays. Everybody, if you tell me it's your birthday, you're getting birthday cake and Susan's singing. That ain't so great, but I'm singing. So we hide 3,000 eggs in the tree park at Easter. And then all of the clean and sober families with their kids all come. And then we go to the First Baptist Church and have a big dinner. This is their tradition they've been doing for this many years. This is it. We are their family. Next. So we have a lot of community outreach. We do the Methodist free dinner. We are at Project Homeless Connect. We are going to go to the gala, the Optimist Gala next weekend and do our wares. We have rummage sales. If somebody says, Taffy, can you be there? Taffy likes to be there. We like to be out there. Next. Outreach to the community. All those little circles are places that come to Taffy and ask for stuff. It's not just the kids that want stuff. Other people want stuff. So a lot of them don't have the funding to get backpacks, clothes, shoes, things that somebody might need to go to treatment today. So they can just come in. In fact, they have permission. I don't even have to be there. Just come in. You know where the clothes are. It's a legit ask. Don't ask, just come in and get it. Next. So the STAR program, I think we've been doing it like 5 years maybe. Anyhow, upstairs is housing for 3 men, and often there's a 4th. They can stay for 6 months. They come out of inpatient treatment. They have to do their outpatient treatment. They have to do their meetings, and they have to help Susan at least 15 hours a week. So sometimes they're kind of glad to get out of there. Next. Next, okay. The greenhouse. We beautify the city with all of our beautiful trees and bushes, and it also gives us space for community service people. Some months I have like 250 hours of community service that I have had to babysit. So it's a good thing we have weeds to pull and dirt to move and just things to happen. Next. Wayne Rodell, who oversees the greenhouse, he's 89. He has designed some new advertising, which to him, growing plants and growing people are so the same. And he just has been so excited with making these to get out into the public so people can see that it's important. Whatever we're growing is good. Next. So Sprouting Hope Greenhouse does moss baskets. I just did 2,000 plugs today. We have to up-pot them. And this is a huge fundraiser. By the end of the month, I will have repotted with my volunteers 23,420 little plants. And we'll make 450 moss baskets, which is a huge fundraiser. Plus, then you see them at trailers and Cocopelli's and down at the Red Lion. And we just beautify the city with those. And so you don't have to like plants to do them, because I don't like plants, but I can follow a recipe. Next. So outreach to the community. Kids give back. One of the pictures is Tim Boyle, who was one of our clients, and that was one of the best welders they have down at Platypus. We do a lot of celebrations of life for kids who don't have families. We just step right up. We do community service, and we have part of the food pantries. There's 6 of them, and Tony Andrews, who's one of our volunteers, makes sure any extra food we have from bakery stuff that's something the kid's not going to use goes right into those food pantries, and he likes to do that. Next. Taffy supports because Wayne likes to take care of kids. They support kids going to camp, going to sports, going to music, viola lessons. We've helped pay somebody's to get their bachelor's degree, bought them a car, helped them get in their house. And some of these people are older people too. It doesn't, Wayne, when they ask Wayne, it doesn't matter. People need help, we need to help. Next. Future plans for Taffy. We do have fencing that we need to put up across the front, but it's just got to quit raining. So we will get that done. We eventually want a future place to have rummage sales because we just get so many donations. And we just like to give it back to the community, but it would be nice to make some money. And then we do have a female tiny house that hopefully is going to get started. Next. Okay, so what the homeless don't need, because that's a lot of stuff that we give them. The homeless don't need, let me go here so I can read this. I don't want to mess it up. Okay, they don't need to be treated like they're rats needing to be exterminated. They don't need to be judged for their addictions like others with hidden addictions. They don't need to be treated like second-class citizens. They don't have the support from local Port Angeles Police Department because of their past histories. You know, they just think people, once you're bad, you're always bad. And it's not true. I changed. They don't need to be put on display on social media by so-called respectable people. I heard the other day they were trashing Taffy again from stuff that was like 12 years ago. It's like, grow up, you know? They don't need to have their stuff stolen repeatedly, legally, because they have no rights. And seriously, the people out there are taking their stuff. Don't let them tell you any different. What the homeless and the at-risk need inclusion. They need to be seen, heard, valued, and helped. We all do. So what does this look like? I did a housing survey and, okay, oh, I forgot to say next. Okay, go next and next. Okay, so there we are. So now we can go next. All right, so I did a survey. What is your current living situation? 9 of them are living in tents, 6 staying outdoors without tents. This is 25 kids that come to our center. And I have about 75 that come on a regular basis, and each night there's probably 40 that come. So this is a good number, you know? Which option would you prefer most? Most of them want a mixed area with tents or separate areas, you know, for their cars. These people know what they want. We need to really ask them and make it happen. And we can do this. So is safe parking lot, if it was available, would you use it? 17 out of 25 said, yeah, they would. So this is they all want something. So what are they going to need to feel safe? The ability to stay with a partner, ability to stay with a pet. I think I have 7 dogs every day when Taffy's open. People have their dogs. Those dogs keep them warm. They're their friends. We go through a lot of dog food. Next. I think I'm on the next one. Next. I'm not an easy person, sorry. So we'll just go what is most important to you right now. And there's so many. Stability, ability to stay with a partner, ability to keep pets, access to treatment. So you can go next. Would you be willing to follow community rules? 19 of them. That's almost all of them. We all want to follow the rules. We all want to make it work. We just need to get a plan. And we're smart people. Next. So where do we go from here? I'm just saying that we need education on addiction and what's going on out there. And letting people know if you're against these homeless, you're not okay. You're not our friend. It's not how it's going to work. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay. I'll let the applause go this one. Are there questions from council? John, go ahead.
So, youth. So when you talk about youth, what ages are they?
We serve up to the age of 35. Rarely will you find anybody under the age of 18, because if they're coming in, we have to call them in as a runaway. But we have grandparents with teenagers, moms with babies.
And do you run some of the groups in Taffy, like AA and?
We allow a space for it. So 7 nights a week, there's an NA meeting from 9 to 10. Tuesday nights a stag meeting, Wednesday nights an AA meeting, yeah. And they do pay to be there, but they don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? We have your slide deck. I'm just thinking the answers to your small survey will be, yep, they're right here. Thank you. You already gave me.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we will pick up with Port Angeles Waterfront District. Thank you. right. Sorry for the delay. I do have a request. Yep. For anyone who's listening, just to get everyone's attention. It's the only loud thing I have. Before we get started, if everyone could take a look around you, we are missing a small gray purse, maybe about the size of an iPad.
Yeah. No, it's in my closet. And didn't I use the restroom?
Okay.
Well,
So if we can keep kind of looking.
so I know it's there because I put my speech out.
Okay. All right. Well, let's keep looking about and we will start the presentation. And if you can quietly connect, that would be great. And we will. Okay. Sam, go ahead.
All right. Is this good distance? Cool. Thanks for having me, guys. Thank you, council. Thank you, staff, for being here. Thanks, public, for being here to listen to this. I'm going to be talking from a little bit of a different perspective than the other presentations that have been given today. I'm representing the Port Angeles Waterfront District. Next slide. Okay. Well, unfortunately, some of that's not popping up. But I just want to talk really quickly at the district at a glance. What are we talking about when we're talking about the Waterfront District? There are 170. There we go. Cool. There are 176 buildings in the Waterfront District. Over 150 of them are 50 plus years old, which is just kind of worth noting. We've got about 277 housing units. Those range from studios to 2-bedroom apartments. And then we have about 252 businesses, small businesses that operate within the Waterfront District. On the right-hand side of this slide, I have a breakdown of the types of businesses that are operating within this district. A large array, we've got about 50 retail shops, 50 restaurants, 65 service places, 30 professional operators, and then we've got about 40 government and nonprofit offices, and those would be probably the closest thing we have to big business in the Waterfront District. That'd be like Known, Country Air, stuff like that. So what does that mean? Every small business in Port Angeles represents and supports a family in Port Angeles or in Clallam County. We don't have small businesses here that are operated by people from out of our county, out of our state. So that's really important when we're talking about like the effects of business. We're actually talking about the effects on families. And that number doubles when you include housing units within the Waterfront District. So there are about 530 families that either get their livelihood out of the Waterfront District or spend the lion's share of their time within the Waterfront District. That's very dense. That's a dense population. We're talking about 14 square blocks, give or take. It's a unique neighborhood in town. There's no other part of Port Angeles that is this densely populated when you're talking about both housing and commercial business. So kind of going after some of the comments I was hearing earlier, what do I want people in this room to understand about running a small business in the Waterfront District? First and foremost, it is hard. It is very hard. Many business operators in town, in the Waterfront District, have to subsidize their income and able to operate a business downtown. That means that they are working a second job somewhere else so they can put that money into their business that is within the Waterfront District. Why would somebody do that? It's a passion project. Most of our business operators are not doing what it's not translating to economic prosperity to be a business owner, especially a small business owner, in 2026. So, it is really important when we're talking about these folks that we consider, how do they feel about how the businesses that they're conducting within the Waterfront District? One former member and members of the Waterfront District are folks that pay into the Parking Business Improvement Area Assessment right now, or they can purchase a membership from us. So primarily business operators, right? One former member who had a business within the waterfront district was due paying last year. His business closed and he is currently unhoused. So when we're talking about vulnerable populations, we're not trying to get into the oppression Olympics. Business owners are a vulnerable population within Port Angeles. All right, that's kind of, and so just one more thing about that. I'm hearing a lot in the conversation this evening that's pitting businesses against the unhoused population. And that's not exactly how I see it at all. But I am going to be talking about the business operator's perspective in this situation, but it is not an us versus them situation. And I think that is important that when we're looking at solutions for this stuff, that it is not the business community versus. That's not what we're talking about. Next slide. So could you push it forward just a little bit more? Thank you. So the Waterfront District is a Main Street organization. And so Main Street organizations approach downtown revitalization in a holistic, comprehensive way. Main Street as a concept was invented in the 70s to deal with downtowns kind of becoming economically depressed areas. And it has been about 40 years of thinking that has gotten folks to be like, here are the ways that we can revitalize an area that used to see economic prosperity and is not today. So those four different, so you can kind of split a Main Street, right? You know, we're an organization, it's all about cultivating a sense of belonging. It's for everybody. It's a physical place, right? It's a, you know, the Waterfront District is First, Front, Railroad Avenue, but it is also our organization and the people that exist within it. So Main Street means a couple of things. If you look at that image on the left-hand side of the slide, those are the four different approaches or pillars that hold up a Main Street organization. And you can split them into people and place. And so the people, those are the human assets. So that's like the entrepreneurs that exist in an area. Those are the business operators, the people that are starting new endeavors, not always for profit, right? And then outreach, those are the volunteers, the people who show up to make a place happen. You know, the folks who come to do July 4th, JFFA, stuff like that. And then on the right-hand side, those are the heritage assets. So those are the physical assets that exist. So there's promotion, right? So here, the Waterfront District, we're on the waterfront. You know, we've got the Coho Ferry, those sorts of things that naturally bring people to the area. And then we've got welcoming design. And so that talks about, you know, what does it actually feel like in the area? Are the streets clean? Does it feel like you're going to get stabbed in an alleyway or not? Stuff like that. Let's see. Any other thing? So basically just the takeaway I want from you is it's a holistic approach. Each one of those four approaches touches the other one. You can't ignore one element of it. It all moves forward together. Next slide. All right. Sorry, I'm going to read the vision statement just so you guys know, like, this is what guides the Waterfront District, and we'll get into it a little bit. So the Port Angeles Waterfront District envisions an attractive, safe, and comfortable downtown business district that is considered a unique and desirable destination for local residents and visitors alike. Port Angeles Waterfront District believes that the downtown business district should be the heart of the community, inspired by its gorgeous setting, friendly people, and fun activities, a base camp offering numerous cultural entertainment programs, and a gateway, providing meaningful connections to the incomparable variety of nearby adventures. That's a mouthful, but it informs a lot of what we're doing. Next slide. And push it forward a little bit. Awesome. So I'm just going to talk about the first clause in that really long sentence. Port Angeles Waterfront District envisions an attractive, safe, and comfortable downtown business district. So I'm going to talk about personal safety. The definition of personal safety that comes from Main Street America is this: how comfortable or safe an individual feels in any given situation in relation to the threat of assault or intimidation by other people. So by definition, personal safety is subjective, right? It means different things to different people. They experience this stuff differently. So personal safety in a business district means creating an environment where residents, employees, customers, and visitors feel secure walking, shopping, dining, and working at any time of day. Everybody deserves to feel secure downtown, right? So what are some of the characteristics of a safe district? They are having well-maintained public spaces, visible activity, are people on the streets doing things, good lighting, consistent enforcement of laws, and strong partnerships between the city, nonprofits, and community organizations. When people feel safe, they stick around, they spend money, they hang out. So this is important, right? Because when you're talking about personal safety, there's the perception and then there's the reality, right? And people in general will avoid areas that they perceive to be high risk. You've all experienced it in some way, shape, or form at some point in your life, right? So when this happens, if somebody perceives an area to be high risk, they're going to avoid it. And in that sense, perception can be more important than crime statistics. Perception is reality for folks. So you can have a negative feedback loop of people being like, that place is not safe, they don't come. Then suddenly there's less of the intended use that is happening, and so on and so forth, right? It's a negative feedback loop. So personal safety touches on all four approaches of the Main Street Way. Next slide. So I just want to talk about camping in the waterfront district. These are locations of common camping locations. Not every camping location is like the same kind of a nuisance to merchants or the public in general, right? We've heard a lot of discussion this evening about the breezeway. There's also been some stuff, there's some alleyway stuff are some issues that we're dealing with too. Let's push it forward because I talk slow. So this is an example of some of the risks that merchants have been feeling with camping stuff in the district, right? So some of the risks, could you push it forward just a little bit more? Awesome. So a couple of camping risks, right? There's property damage. Property danger. There have been 3 warning fires close to buildings since January 1st this year. There was one on the back of the Falls building that had pretty big smoke marks up against the building. And then there have been 2 warning fires that have happened in the Breezeway this year as well. There was one that was close to Alley Cat Boutique about 6 weeks ago. And then there was another one last week, I believe it was Wednesday night. And that's scary, because that's people's personal, like the buildings could go up. There's underneath that breezeway is a city-owned basement that is full of creosote. So, it's a little spooky sometimes, right? There's some public health issues that come as well with camping. So human excrement in public places, that definitely has been popping up lately. Needle refuse, we run the plucking posse. We definitely encounter needles in the tree wells when we're cleaning those out. And then drug use exposure. So I have had a number of people come to me concerned about the smoke from drugs in the alleyway between parking lot C and the Breezeway. That's right next to the ballet workshop. I'll talk about that in a second. There's some personal safety danger. I'm a former merchant. I used to run the arcade down at the Wolf. I've been assaulted and I've had a knife pulled on me when I've been asking people to leave the property from just camping. And then there's vandalism. The winter lights have been an issue this past winter. We had the intention of having those up through the end of daylight savings. Those had to get shut off by the city in January because there was frequent misuse of those power outlets. And so we're reconsidering what we're going to do with winter lights next year because of activity that's been happening. And then landscaping is the final thing, specifically talking about the street rain gardens on Oak Street. If you go check those out, they're pretty blown out. Those are common camping spots that happen. And so, plants have been destroyed and there's often a lot of trash down there. Excuse me. So I spoke with about 40 members of the district just to collect some testimonials about this. And I got a variety of responses. About 10% had no complaints about anything that's happening in the waterfront district. I'm not featuring those in this conversation, but the folks that I am featuring, they're doers. They're not like Facebook cranks that are disrespectful online or kind of out there with their opinions. These are pretty even-keeled people who are willing to let me use them as a prop in this conversation with you guys, and they are concerned about political blowback to that. So I just want to give you guys that preface, exercising a bit of bravery and letting me use them. So next slide. So Haley Sharp She's a business owner and an employer. She owns Moss, that's been downtown for 14 years. Moss is a premier retail location. She also operates the Loop that's right next to it. Moss attracts visitors to Port Angeles. In fact, the social media of Moss just attracted a 20-something couple to move to town from upstate New York because they're like, wow, this is a cool community. Haley's experience is that she has never felt that downtown has been less welcoming than right now. She is very frustrated with the current conditions on the street. She would move her business out of downtown if she was not so financially invested in the building that she is in right now as a renter. She had the opportunity to purchase the building 2 years ago, and she passed on that because she has concerns about the trajectory of where things are going downtown. Her staff are frequently cleaning the sidewalk up, removing feces, and cleaning up the city trash can. So, I think that's significant. Next testimonial. Or next slide. Push forward a bit. You heard from Mary Sue a little bit earlier. I'm short on time here. But what I will say is that Mary Sue has also she's a local business owner, property owner, and an event organizer. Cable Fiber has been downtown for 14 years. She runs community events that happen in the morning around 9 a.m. and in the evening at 6 p.m. She sometimes has to escort the people that are showing up to that stuff, after those meetings. That's rough for her. She has also felt that the conditions downtown have not been worse than they are right now. She has had personal safety issues pop up for her as well. I'm ready. Can I keep going a little bit?
How about one more and then know that we'll see the slide deck and commit to looking at it.
All right, so then if I got one more, let's go to the last slide. So next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, cool, thanks. I want to thank everybody that's doing stuff right now. There are a lot of actions that are happening that are successful, right? Port Angeles Police Department, our downtown resource officer is great. We really noticed when he wasn't around in the fall. Like issues popped up. Similarly, PBH's Real Team is great, and they had some staffing issues in the fall of last year as well. So we were down a downtown resource officer and a Real Team. We need those programs. They help us downtown. There are two things I want you guys to consider. We need to conduct a community safety audit. Community safety audits measure personal safety across demographics. So we're not just talking about one group or another group. We can use the results from that to guide action. So what is making people feel safe or unsafe? That's a real thing that we can pursue. And then the second thing is crime prevention through environmental design. PAPD is already engaged in community policing, so they're familiar with this concept. But one of the big things that it does, it provides a framework to assess physical and social environment and to identify activity patterns and conflicting use. And conflicting use is the big thing that we're dancing around right now. There's conflicting use that is happening within the Waterfront District. There's conflicting use that is happening in the Breezeway. And there are ways for us to reduce tensions between these different populations, and that's where I would start to look. Thank you, guys. I'm available for questions, but I talked way over. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from council? Okay, and we'll get all the slides if we don't have them.
I know you guys.
Yeah. Okay, you did. That's right. I saw it earlier. Thank you. All right. All right, we will move on. Thank you, Sam, to Olympic Peninsula Community Clinic. And it looks like there's a team effort tonight. So, always. Yes, this is kind of generally a team effort.
All right, thank you very much. When we were invited to speak tonight, we were asked to speak about two different things. First of all, the work that we do in this space, and also we were asked to address the barriers that are faced by our community members who live outdoors. And so we'll try to do that tonight as succinctly as possible. First of all, we've worked very closely with the city since 2017. Working with Port Angeles Police Department, Port Angeles Fire Department, with code enforcement, and we have a team of 21 employees and 39 volunteers that are out in the community every day. Next slide, please. Last year, we served more than 1,000 people across the county, most of them within or just around Port Angeles. We had 8,877 non-medical encounters with people in the community. And out of those encounters, 1,546 referrals to services. Out of those 1,500 referrals to service, more than 75% connected to the service they were referred to. I'd like to point out specifically some of the work that we're doing with the mobile methadone unit, making sure that people can access that treatment. And that is not specifically in Port Angeles, but it relates to the overall health and wellness of our community, making sure that people are getting the treatment that they need. And also because there are a lot of services that are not available within our community, we have become a transportation agency of sorts. Last year, we performed 120 out-of-county transports, mostly taking people to long-term inpatient treatment. Next slide, please. We're probably best known for the medical work that we do, and that is increasingly happening out on the streets. Last year, we had just under 2,000 medical and counseling encounters at our clinic location, but we had almost 3,000 street and shelter medicine encounters. That is our team going out, meeting people where they are, and providing those services that they need, stabilizing services that will help them create a foundation to make changes in their lives. And as we're doing this, we are building rapport, building relationships with people, learning their needs and what barriers they are facing. And so when we were asked tonight to talk about barriers, we feel like we have an opportunity to give voice to many in the community who do not have that opportunity. And along with that, we brought a few people with us that we would like to introduce to council, and they will answer questions in just a little bit. But first, I'll turn it over to Helen to talk about, at a high level, some of the barriers that we run into just about every day.
Next slide, please. So some of the barriers that are faced by our participants that we help every day is a big part of it is listed right there. So lack of housing options. I think it was touched on in one of the earlier presentations. So as we're taking people 120 times last year to inpatient treatment centers is where they're going to come back to when they get out of treatment. A lot of people just go to detox, and finding housing in 3 to 5 days while you're in detox is impossible, I can assure you. Permanent supportive housing is definitely another barrier. There's not enough of it. I know that that's not something that can be solved in a city council meeting and probably can only be solved at a county level, but there isn't really anywhere for these folks to go that we're helping. And that is truly heartbreaking. Lack of affordable housing. And then again, nowhere to go during transition times. So if people don't want to stay at the shelter or can't stay at the shelter and there's no safe parking and there's nowhere for them to camp, where are these people going to go except to downtown, where there are the only available bathrooms that are open 24 hours a day? I think if you click it again, there'll be more. So another barrier that we found in working with the unhoused population is documentation. It's really hard to keep hold of your personal belongings if you don't have a place to store them. And so when we're working on housing or getting into transitional housing with folks, a big part of that is helping them find that documentation and get that documentation first. So proof of homelessness has been a big one that we've been working on. A lot of the agencies that we work with require proof of homelessness, which is you can't just show them your campsite. There actually has to be written proof that you're living outside. We're going to have somebody talk about that here in a minute who has personal experience with that. Birth certificate, ID, social security card. I just recently had to go get a new social security card, and it was, as someone who's housed and of sober mind and sound mind, I had a hard time with it. So I can't imagine if I didn't have a phone, I didn't have transportation, getting through those barriers is 10 times harder. So yeah, I think that was all that I wanted to talk about. And I wanted to introduce you to Chris. He's going to come up and share some of his story. He's been working with our Director of Programs and Personnel, Kelly Hall, for the last couple months. Can I share about your wife? His wife is in our his wife is in our medical respite program right now, and they've been working really diligently with our team. And a big part of what we do at OPCC with our rediscovery team is advocacy. A lot of times people just get frustrated with the system and going to these appointments over and over again and trying to fill out these applications and get this documentation can feel so incredibly overwhelming. The people that we talk to, they don't want to live outside. They don't want to be in front of businesses starting fires to stay warm. They want to be in housing. You know what I mean? As someone who was formerly homeless, I can tell you that it is horrible sleeping outside, and I feel much more comfortable in my home. And most of our staff is formerly homeless as well. So yeah, without further ado, here's Chris.
Thank you. My name's Chris, and I'm a Clallam County resident. Some of the barriers that we have faced are some of the hardships that we've come across. By the way, my wife and I, we stay at the shelter at Serenity House. We're very thankful to be there. It's nice to have a warm place to stay. Our dogs are there with us. We're very thankful for that. Some of the barriers we've faced is we've had problems with some of the lack of communication and transparency as far as some of the programs go, as far as what's required. Some of the time frames about what you need to get into the program, and some of the appeal processes have been delayed. It's not a very transparent process. So there's no clear, just do this, this, and this, and then you can have access to this program. The transparency is another problem as far as not just the applications go, but it feels like a lot of times that the goals are always ever moving. So it's like, for instance, we received a referral into the program. Unbeknownst to us, a referral doesn't actually grant you entry into the program. There's still an application process for the program itself. But in order to get to the referral process, often takes weeks or even months. Just recently, we had a referral that we thought went in. It was supposed to go to Peninsula Housing Authority, another one of the presenters tonight. After the 1 month mark, when we called Peninsula Housing Authority to check on our referral, they still hadn't received our referral. Not only that, but the program we were referred to, we weren't even eligible for. So, because we were a couple, we weren't just a single person. So getting the referral didn't even do us any good, and the referral never got to the agency that we needed it to go to. That's just one of the barriers that we had. One of the other problems we've seen is there's a lack of education and training for some of the staff members that make the referrals. Case management services aren't what they should be. Like I just referred to, referring us into a program that we don't even qualify for. The another one that we had is one of the transitional programs that we were granted a referral to. Turns out that the background check was a problem. So, but we were not told that till the last minute. So our referral goes in, and we were told we were good to go, given a date. So the only thing we're waiting on is the keys. Turns out that when somebody vacates one of the transitional units, there's a time period that has to go by. If they vacate without notice and they don't turn in the keys, you have to wait so many days before you can turn the locks. We waited those days, and then we found out our background check wouldn't pass. It's one of those things where it wasn't so much as a broken promise. It just created unrealistic expectations. And we've had that a couple of times now. Those expectations become a problem because after the last one, when we went a month and then it turned out we were referred to a program that we couldn't get into. I'll be honest with you. If it wasn't for Kelly and Austin over at OPCC, I was ready to give up. I was ready to go back to my old life and do things that I don't want to do because it just seemed like we weren't going to be able to get to where we needed to go. My wife's in the medical respite unit at the shelter. She has diabetes. She's been diabetic for a very long time. She has some severe health complications from that. With that being said, those barriers become even more insurmountable. If it wasn't for Kelly, I would be honest with you, I was ready to start packing our stuff. So Another problem we've had is lost paperwork or things that you have to resubmit multiple times. When you have trouble getting your documents, like a social security card, for instance, or ID even, when you have to do that over and over again to get the same paperwork to that same agency, it becomes a problem and it just leads to that frustration level. The goals, when they keep changing like that, it feels like it's never going to end. And that just leads to the frustration level. Like, we don't want to sleep outside. We used to have a 3-bedroom house with our son. Things were great. We were on a permanent supportive housing program that we were terminated from because they lacked more funding. When those funding sources dry up or they become less, what do you do with the people that were already on the program? They end up back in places like the shelter. And it turns out that in order to prove that you were homeless for a year, part of being homeless is you try not to be seen in places because you don't want to be forced to move on. So how do you prove that you're homeless for a year when you're in places that you're not supposed to be in for a year? Austin and Kelly were tremendous assets. We couldn't have done it without them. We had to call DNR. We had to get declarations from the warden. We had to call emergency medical services because my wife was taken to the hospital. We had all these different agencies that it would not even be possible without these guys. I can't shout them out enough. Like, without their help, like, we'd be back outside right now. I'm frustrated more than ever. Some of the things that we've had happen, it just, they were defined as a kerfluffle when I asked why. Like, what made us special? We had the lady at the Housing Resource Centers worked there a decade, and she said she had never seen a referral quite as difficult as ours. I wanted to know why. What made us so special? Kerfluffle was what I was told. Kerfluffle. I just want to close with a couple of statistics here. I think one of the problems that we've had with housing the people that don't have stable housing is we think that there's resources that are available to them. They just choose not to use them. That's not really true. Even when you choose to use those resources, a lot of times those resources aren't what they are supposed to be. Just this little microcosm of the year right now, right? We're in the middle of March. We've had 11 weeks in this year so far. There's been 8 people that have been housed through coordinated entry. 8 people. There's more than 10 people that work at the Housing Resource Center that makes those referrals. We'll use 10 because it's an even number. 10 people working full-time. That's 400 man-hours to house less than 1 person a week. Something's wrong with how this works. I've seen a lot of different solutions in different places. Some of them work, some of them don't. I've lived in a tiny house village before. I've lived in tent city before, and I've lived in a shelter now. I don't have all the answers for you, but I can tell you right now that the solutions that we have in place aren't working very well. I think as a community, we need to come together and get some more solutions. There's not a one solution that's going to fix all of this. There's really not. Thanks again to Austin and Kelly. You guys have been freaking awesome. Thank you for carrying us when we couldn't do it ourselves.
Thank you.
Before Chris gets too settled, if you have any questions for him, Tim's going to make a quick statement as well, and then Chris can come back up.
Okay, sounds good. That's good. Let's do that.
Hi, guys.
Can you do me a favor? I know you're probably nervous to speak. Thank you for being here. Can you move the microphone up just a little bit so it's a little closer to your mouth, because you're quite tall.
Thank you.
Taller than me for sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Howdy. My name's Tim, and you heard what services do, and I'm telling you what it feels like to be outside them. Today I have 346 days sober. Thank you. It didn't happen because life just got easy. It happened because someone didn't give up on me. You know, he knows a few of them. Thank you, Amy. I live homeless. I live addicted. I live what it feels like to be completely disconnected from stability, from purpose, from people, from myself and God, even. And I've seen what happens when people fall through the cracks. I've seen what people turn away, seen when people be turned away as they didn't meet the right conditions. I've seen people struggling with addiction who couldn't follow strict rules. And because of that, they were left outside, not allowed in the shelters or whatever. Some of those people didn't make it. Not because help didn't exist, but because it wasn't built for where they actually were. We talk about addiction and homelessness. Houselessness is two different things for me, man. You know, home is where the heart is. You know, house, man, is, you know, it could be anything. It could be a tent. It could be a building, you know. It's something that you use to create a barrier between you and the weather. You know, home, man, is this community. I was born here. Let's see where those are. But addiction is often the symptom. Underneath it is disconnection from family, from purpose, from stability, from community. And when someone is that far gone, punishment doesn't bring them back. Connection does. Where'd he go? I'm not a perfect person. I don't stand here pretending to be. But one thing homeless did for me, it took away my ability to hide. Everything I was, good, bad, broken, was out in the open. And when you live like that long enough, you either fall apart or you get honest. Nowadays, I'm pretty honest, man. I got my sponsor around here, man, making sure of it. I'm very concerned about garbage, safety, and public space, but I've also seen trash cans removed while people were still trying to keep things clean. I've seen places just get mowed out, like behind the mall down there, you know, the trees getting bucked out and such. You know, those guys are starting to get to where they can have a sense of security, man. The money you got it right in the head after a while. Give them the time. It heals a little bit, you know, time does. And the honesty is what got me the way back. I'm not standing here saying rules don't matter. I'm not saying survival has to come first because you can't recover if you're dead. You know? Good luck on that, right? If someone is still breathing, there is still a chance to stabilize, a chance to reconnect, a chance to come back. I'm standing here with proof of that, man, you know? A chance for a new idea, a new solution that nobody thought of, man, you know? Are we solving the problem or just moving it somewhere else? So if you want real change, we need to build systems that meet people where they are, not only where we wish they were. Because at the end of the day, this isn't about policy, it's about people. People who are still here, people who still matters. Thanks, y'all. Sorry.
Thank you. All right. Are there questions from council? Thank you both for being brave enough to come and share your story with us. Amy, go ahead.
I'm not sure who my question is for, so feel free to jump up. Austin. Anyone. My question is, and I think Susan from Taffy was getting at some of this with her survey, but I guess my question is, if we were able to, let's say, implement a safe space, whatever that might look like. Will people use it?
Yes. Sorry, just wanted to jump in.
Like a safe parking space.
Safe parking has been brought up. Some safe camping opportunities has been brought up. I'd love to see a bunch of tiny homes everywhere.
Absolutely be utilized, especially, I think a big part of that kind of a program, there has to be some sweat equity involved. So the people that are.
Can you come back?
Yeah, can you come to the microphone? I'm sorry.
There are people online and we want them to hear your answer too.
I think absolutely some safe spaces would be utilized by our unhoused population. I think one of the core fundamental parts of that would need to be some sweat equity involved. So where the people that are using those type of services are also adding something to the equation. Whether you're working a security shift to man the gate at a safe space, you're helping pick up litter along 18th Street at the shelter, something along those lines. Sweat equity is an important part of this because it makes you part of the solution and you become invested in those solutions.
Thank you. I see a lot of heads nodding. Thanks for that.
All right. Any other questions from council? Navarro, go ahead.
I have two questions. Full disclosure, I am one of the newest board members of OPCC, so I certainly appreciate all of you coming. My first question is, you mentioned a little bit about the challenges you face as a couple. And we've heard, I think, a lot about some solutions for individuals who are homeless or generally families, which I think for many people is like families with kids. And so I'm wondering if, if you feel like you faced more barriers because you are a couple, and my apologies if you also have kids living with you right now, or if folks can talk a little bit about if there are just differences for couples that might limit your housing options or, ability to live in a tiny home or something like that just don't exist for other folks.
Yes, I would say that there definitely believe there has been a few more barriers involved, like being referred to the program that we don't qualify for because we are a couple. I didn't know that was a thing until then. We lived in a tiny home before. There was just less barriers involved in that program, but it's just, even at the shelter, right? So this shelter, and we are super thankful for the shelter, don't get me wrong, but there's only one dorm for co-ed couples. So there's 20 beds available. That's it. Everything else is made for either women or men. There's no children at the shelter. That's in the emergency family shelter, which is a couple doors down, where you're able to stay as a family. But as far as couples go, that's it. There's 20 beds there.
Thank you. I have one last question. So my apologies, the gentleman in the back mentioned that, and we know from being on council that people do die on our streets. And I think as other commenters have mentioned that those are, policy decisions that we have a hand in. And now I'm looking at you, Dr. Steffens, Hospital Commissioner Dr. Steffens, that got to call out all the titles that you have helped with the medical respite. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about that, because we on council know of people who have been Port Angeles residents who have died on the streets, in part because they have been released. They've gotten medical conditions and then been released back to the streets. And I'm hoping that you could talk a little bit about that.
So I'm Gerald Steppens. I am also an OPCC board member. I am the medical director for OPCC, and I'm a volunteer physician for OPCC. And I was in one of those slides with a mask on. And yes, I am a new hospital commissioner. I think one of the things that Ms. Maggard alluded to that's been particularly concerning to me is that since COVID, we've seen a change in the demographics at Serenity House in particular. And whereas I rarely saw somebody over 40 years old, now it's exactly the opposite. I see rarely somebody under 40 years old most of the time now. All right. And so as people are approaching maturity, they're going to have more medical problems. And you know, try to have a colonoscopy for a problem when you're homeless. Just think about that for a minute, for all of you that have had a colonoscopy, okay? Try to recover from a hernia surgery that you might have complications from, something simple. We have people that come out of the hospital now with cardiac stents that we're seeing after that. We have people that have pretty bad obstructive lung disease that go in and have pneumonias and are on ventilators and come out to us. So we have a 6-bed medical respite that we scrape together by hook and by crook, mostly by crook, getting funding for that. And when we keep people out of the hospital with that, and we try to provide the best care we can. One of the slides that was shown, I mean, we really are a transportation company. We're a local transportation company too. I mean, we severely underreport the escorting people to appointments. And I don't think you have an understanding of the community that has from an economic standpoint. If people miss their wound care appointments, things get sawed off, okay? So respite, I mean, I think Scott can tell you better what we've saved the community in terms of cost, but it's really important, and it's a program we're going to try and keep building on. So.
Okay, we have time for one more question, and then we need to move on because we still have 2 more presentations, and it's already after 9. Go ahead, Latricia.
Well, I don't know if a quick question, but for folks, I'd like to hear back, or I think it's important that the city hears back. You've talked about the need for more 24-hour restrooms. I heard one commenter on the east side, west side of town. City has identified park spaces where we're going to be replacing the restrooms, and we just approved one tonight. I would like to know, for those that seek that or need that, where are those areas? I mean, we're identifying park areas, but where on the west side of town, where on the east side of town? So if you could just get that information back to us, since we're running short on time, I would love to hear from the members or citizens that are asking for that. Where?
Thank you. Okay. Amy, do you have something really quick? Okay. Okay. Well, thank you all for presenting tonight, especially you two. It was brave of you to come and share your stories and be vulnerable in front of a crowd of people. So thank you. It's important to hear your stories as well. And we will move on. And again, we can all find folks if we have follow-up questions, which we probably will as we digest all of this. So next up is First United Methodist Church. And I know her as JoJo, but I will let you introduce yourself officially, how you want us to refer to you tonight.
Oh, good evening. I am Pastor Benny Grace Nabwa, and as Mary Kate said, my nickname is JoJo. And someone mentioned that we do have a safe parking lot program, but that is not us. It's not First United Methodist Church of Port Angeles, but it's actually Trinity United Methodist Church in Sequim. But they do have established safe parking lot program. And right now, it has been there for several months, I think 4, if I'm not mistaken, and there's only 1 taker. So that's and they're working with OLICAP. So for those who would like to avail of that. So that being said, I will pass on the presentation to Barb Maines, because I am new to the congregation. I just got here in July last year of 2025. And these programs that have been running, good programs that have been running at the church, has been there like way ahead of me, and even you probably. So they will talk about that. And I have with me Barb Hannify. So that's one of our volunteers actually, and we asked her to come just so we have a face to show. And then we do have pictures to show, but we don't take pictures of the clients that and the people that take part of our services. So you would just be seeing some faces of volunteers and all that. All right. Thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members, staff. And thanks to everybody who's still here. We are the First United Methodist Church, and we can forward one slide, please. And we have been around as a church in this community since 1890, and we've been at this location. Probably most everybody would recognize the tower. We're at the corner of 7th and Laurel, and that's where we've been since 1930. And with a long history, we can advance, of a long history of service, and we're really proud of our Wesleyan heritage that actually began in Great Britain in the early 1700s. But part of the tenet of that is that God's love is active and engaged in the world. And so if we are to be calling ourselves people of God, we need to be active and engaged. And we're working as God is for social justice and a just peace. So we're called to be participants. So our building is a community resource. Back in the 60s when the addition was put on, we needed that for all of our, way before I got here, for all of our kids and Sunday school classes. But now, as things have changed, our building is really a community resource. We have the Crescent School has a homeschool enrichment program that meets every week in our church. We have AA, we have NA, we have a lot of other support groups, a youth orchestra, and there was another thing I was going to say. But anyway, it's a community resource, and so we can go to the next slide. So because we have such a large building, we're able to be active in the community. And because we're at the corner of 7th and Laurel, that is, somebody said that they would move their business out of downtown because up onto 8th Street, because there wouldn't be as much trash. Actually, we're in that very busy uptown business area, and this is the kind of thing that we come to the people who show up early in the morning at our church to open up and things, see people living, people sleeping in the cubbies. We have a breezeway kind of thing. So we see this all, pretty frequently. And we do our best to welcome people in. Sometimes the welcome that's needed is beyond what our capacity is. But certainly we see members of the unhoused community, members, people who are suffering with addiction, come into our worship, come into our coffee hour, and then come into many of the services that we provide. So we can advance one slide. And I just want to call out that, that's good, that Barbara Hannify, who's here, is one of the OG of the clothes closet, which we have had since the early 1990s. The clothes closet actually started, I recently learned from Barb, that it started as a clothing exchange among women in the church. And they got so many clothes that there was a decision made to share them with the community. And so this has been going on. Nobody even really remembers when it started. But we're open. It's a place where people can donate gently used clothes, and then they are offered free of charge to anybody who wants to walk in. So the idea really took off fast, and donations and clientele have never been in short supply. We have lots and lots of donations. I'll advance one. And lots of clients. We're only, prior to COVID, we actually were open 3 afternoons a week, but following COVID, and it's been difficult, like many mainline churches, our population is aging, white hair, and our population is shrinking. Our reservoir of in-church volunteers is really shrunk. And so where we used to have 3 open days, 3 open afternoons, we only have 1. We're open for 2 hours every week. It's volunteers. And we serve between 35 and 40 people, sometimes up to 50 every week, just in those little 2-hour blocks. And what we do see, just chatting with people as they come in, there are a lot of people who come in who don't have any place to wash their clothes. There's nowhere, so they discard their clothes, and then they come in and get new clothes, which is a service we're able to provide. Sometimes we greet people who have been in some kind of transitional housing or have been unhoused, and they have their first job interview. So they come, and that's actually a super fun part, because then you get to give fashion advice. But anyway, that's something that we do that we wish we could do more of. And one of the things that we plan to do is reach out to other churches, and I'll certainly, make the offer here that if you enjoy working with people, if you think it's kind of fun to sort through clothes and, sort them according to size, we would love to have more volunteers, because clearly we could be serving a lot more people than only 40 a week if we had more people. So we can go one more ahead, and maybe something that it's kind of cool. It's called the free dinner at the Methodist Church. It's been going since 1992. Barb told me about that, and that was just a decision made by several parishioners that that we as a church would have a free, hot, nutritious meal every Friday, every week of the year. And it's open to anybody who wants to come. You don't need to be, unhoused. You don't need to be in financial dire straits. You can come, and it is a place where there's friendships of all different stripes. So we can advance it. This was something that started just from within the church, but again, as our numbers have shrunk a bit, we've gone out, and one of the really cool things is that we have multiple partners. We actually have 13 different cooking teams who take turns and cook dinner and serve it and clean up. That's important. Every Friday. And the only Fridays that we've ever missed is when there's been so much snow that it was unsafe for people to try to get there. And then we also are so fortunate and grateful to have a grant that we've actually received for several years in a row from the Albert Haller Foundation. So that is really, really, really critical, because there's no fee. People walk in, they eat, and we don't serve, we try to upscale it. So there's beef stroganoff that Taffy always does. We do a chicken broccoli stir fry. Other than Rotary clubs do meatloaf. So there's really, and we always have vegetables and all the milk you can drink, and dessert. So it's really a great partnership that has evolved, and it's really fun. We can advance one more. If you're there with any frequency, you recognize a lot of the same people. Sometimes we have people who we've never seen before, who are just somehow heard about it. They come in, but a lot of the people are repeat patrons, and it truly is a friendship dinner for them. And they need the food, they appreciate the food, and they also appreciate the chance just to hang out. Our doors open at 3:30 in the afternoon, so people can come in and hang around and drink coffee and visit with their friends, and then dinner is served at 5:30. And we always have to-go boxes. So So we have served 85 to 105 patrons each week, but that's not just the meals that we serve. In fact, in 2025, we had 4,300 people who were served, but that equaled almost 5,600 meals, because people will, and we have seen some changes in that, where I think a lot more people are bringing food home to people who don't feel safe coming out or just need food brought to them. And now we have the next slide, which is a shout out to our tiny home partners, Taffy. And this is a pilot project. It's taken a long time. It's another one of those things that we're not even really sure when the idea first surfaced. We think it was around 2023. And the idea was that that Taffy, had access to tiny homes, but not access to property to put them on. And so one of our former parishioners knew, I think, Susan, and they got to talking and they said, you know what? I don't know if it's really permitted. I don't know how easy it would be to get through the city regs, but what if Taffy provided the house and the support services and the client, the resident, and the church provided a space. And so we agreed back, several years ago to go into this pilot project. So we can advance one slide. And so, yeah, the tiny house is here, or not here, it's in our parking lot. The Taffy has provided the tiny home, the porta potty, and the support team for whoever moves into this house. It's specifically for a woman, a single woman and maybe with a child, because that was the recognized need, that there was shelter housing and transitional housing for men, not quite so many for women, and not really very many at all for women who might have a child or an infant. So that's what we're going for. We can advance the slide. We're almost there. The curtains are hung. We're still working out the last little bits of insurance paperwork just to make sure everybody's protected. One thing that I would say, this is not a project I've worked on, but the people who have worked on it have kind of uniformly agreed that the permitting process has been incredibly difficult. And there were city permits and county permits, and before you could get a city permit, they had to go get a county permit and bring it back. Anyway, I think there could be some room for growth, for some allowances and some easing of some of the processes in order to allow this kind of thing to happen. So it's a pilot project. It's been bumpy, but we haven't crashed. And we're going to open it soon. And I have one final slide, which was taken by our pastor, Pastor Jojo. And I think it's, none of us have all the answers. None of us have all the capabilities, but we have hope. We have hope. So, and we have partners and we can work together. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council? John, go ahead, and then Amy.
Wait. So my question has to do with, once the pilot project's done, is this something that you hope to expand on the property and do more of, just as soon as you get some data, you kind of get a feel for how it's going?
We don't anticipate expanding on our property, but yeah, thank you. The pilot project concept was that we agreed to sort of be the guinea pig church. And so we went through the whole process to get it established. Part of our intent all along has been to kind of do a how-to guide so that other churches in town, our parking lot is often maxed out. And so we have room, we only have room for that one, but other churches in town that we've talked to have have pointed out that they have much larger parking lots. And once we figure out how to get it done, we'll share that with them.
Amy, go ahead.
So the obvious next question then is, thank you for letting Port Angeles be the guinea pig also. And hopefully you guys are going to connect with staff so that we can learn what the barriers have been and what this body might be able to do or not do to help remove some of those barriers. Because I do, me as one council member, thinks that tiny homes on church properties is pretty badass as far as being part of the solution. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, all right. Anyone else? Latricia, go ahead.
I was curious in your talks with other churches, what might the city be able to do to encourage more participation from churches and maybe speed up their timelines of making the decision about participating more actively in providing safe parking areas, things like that. What are you hearing?
Well, I think that what, I remember hearing at the church council meeting, 3 years ago was hesitation. Is this going to, and I've even hearing it, what if an angry ex-boyfriend shows up and what's going to happen? Is this truly safe? I mean, there's a lot of questions because we haven't done it before. And so I think that something that would be really helpful is once we go through this process and we bring it and we have, a track record and experience with it, that definitely sharing that information with other churches, and that's something that we can do and Taffy can do. But I think that, the city kind of giving it your stamp, basically, I think would be really valuable.
You got to come up to the microphone. Sorry.
In our clergy gatherings, I can't say which church this is, but there is a church here in town that is looking at the feasibility study of having a safe space parking program, and they are working with SQUIM, Trinity United Methodist Church of SQUIM, because they have a bigger parking lot. But I'm not, free to say that now because they're studying it, but that is already happening.
Good to hear. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more presentation, but we also have a policy. The second public comment period is concluded before 9:45. So I would like to suggest that we do a not more than 10-minute public comment period. Well, let's try that anyway. Well, let's start by asking if there's anyone who wants to speak at the second public comment period. We're going to do that. We're going to do public comment now and then do the last presentation so that we meet our policy guidelines. Anyone wish to speak at the second public comment period? Okay, go ahead and come on down. We're going to do that now. If you're still online and wish to speak at the second public comment period, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll have one speaker and we'll go back to our presentations. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jesse Banks. I've been born and raised in this town, and I'm here to talk about the crime and lawlessness. Last time I was in front of you guys, I probably didn't make any of you guys too happy, but you guys, I want to thank you guys for actually doing work. I was complaining about Jesse Webster's Park, you guys backing up child molesters, homeless junkies, and not protecting our kids. So all of a sudden, like 4 or 5 months ago, Jesse Webster Park is completely clear. Can we please keep it that way as spring and summer comes up for the kids and for the children, for all the people that live around there, for beautiful Swains, the community. So one thing now I'm going to address is, can we do that at just a little place right next to the courthouse, the Blue Star Liberty Bell? So do any of you guys respect veterans or anything? Because, I've been born and raised in this town, And not only have we, when we were young, we used to be able to ring the bell. Now we're caging the bell. And then all of a sudden now we're letting just junkies just have a free for all. It's like they shit in the back of it and we can't even walk in the back of it to enjoy our bell. So I'm asking the town, are we going to respect the veterans as long as the children as well and come through with it? Because I've been pretty inspired in this town by some volunteer community watch groups as far as 4PA, Joe DeScala. He has worded it to you guys that he has did so much work and he is overwhelmed. And then we get people on the city council members like, give him a garbage can. Why don't we just put a garbage can? I was like, well, why don't you take a garbage can in front of your house and see how that works? It's probably not going to work out very well. So the thing is you guys need to step up because I'm getting really inspired for 4PA. And there's another one called Olympic Peninsula Charter, the Surf Foundation by a guy by the name of Jake Seeger, by the Clown County Watchdog, that is showing receipts and showing what is the corruption that's going on in this town. So from those two people, those two groups, I'm getting pretty inspired in this town. Because when there was I think it was Mayor Downing, that when I did a calisthenic park to build for this community, something positive for this community, the town was halfway decent. And about the last 10 or 12 years, it's went to shit. So if I'm inspired to start my own voluntary community watch group, and I'm going to start with the Blue Star right next to the courthouse, right next to the jail. The cellmates can look at these junkies down from their own cell and watch this stuff going on. And you guys can't handle it. We can't walk around our bell and enjoy it. That's out of line. So I'm going to challenge the police department and I'm going to do volunteer cleanup and take care of business. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. OLICAP. We're looking forward to hearing from you, Viola.
Okay. Hello. Thanks for sticking around. Really quickly, I just want to give a rundown of some of the programs that we manage in the housing department. I have a team of less than 25 that does this work. We have a permanent housing building with 43 units for multiple populations. So that can be, we have market rate units, we have units for people who are formerly homeless, and veterans units. We have 15 senior housing units in Port Hadlock. We have 18 units that are vouchered and market rate, 1 and 2 bedroom units in Port Townsend. We also have 8 cottages that are managed by partner agencies and 1 reserved for youth. In our rapid rehousing programs, or in our permanent programs, we have 15 older adults, 62 and over, that we serve, 97 adults and 28 children in stable homes. We have 36 adults in a tiny shelter RV village and 6 children, and we have a housing specialist and public health nurse that come on site and provide services multiple days a week. Let's see, we spend about $50,000 a month to prevent homelessness, and we've gotten very creative, even if that means helping a little old lady clean her apartment. Let's see, we've collaborated with the local warming center in Port Townsend, run by the Interfaith Council. We've helped them double their hours this winter. We managed the Squim Warming Center, and just to give an indication of how cold it was this year, we were open 27 days in February. We supported the development of the safe parking at Trinity United Methodist, and we provide contract staff and trauma-informed de-escalation training. We are working with the landowner to develop a sanctioned encampment in Port Townsend within the city limits. We are also providing a budget and data to help the county develop a supported encampment. We also provide garbage service to people who are camping. It can be done. We are also in the process of developing a homeless to housed intensive case management program for both counties, where 1 person will help guide somebody through all of the process, all the way until they're housed and remain with them to stabilize them after 6 months. The main reason I want to talk to you right now, though, is resonating with what Dr. S said. Dr. Stephens said earlier, sorry, is that we have a shared population between Clallam and Jefferson counties of aging homeless people who need a higher level of care. Next slide, you can go to the second. Continue. Okay, in Jefferson County, we have 272 documented individuals experiencing homelessness. 118 of them, 43%, are 55 and older. 68 of these adults are unsheltered, including living in their car. 30 of those people are 70 plus, the oldest 91 years of age. Jefferson County has the oldest median age of any county in Washington. In Clallam County, Harm Reduction Services recently reported nearly 70% of overdose deaths involve adults 50 plus. Serenity House reports 30% of their residents are 55 and over. In a single day in October, 47% of emergency shelter residents, 40 of them, were over the age of 50, 5 with dementia, 1 had conditions beyond the capacity of the shelter and was exited. Clallam County has the 6th highest median age in the state. Next slide. Throughout history, people have traveled to the pursuit of safety, economic opportunity, and personal growth. More so for our folks who are unsheltered. When they can't find what they need in Clallam County, they come out to Jefferson County and vice versa. Just last month, I placed a gentleman from PA into our tiny shelters who is a cancer patient who's over 70 years old with over 10 years of homelessness. Next slide. Jefferson Healthcare reports that 45 unhoused individuals were seen in the emergency room or admitted in 2025. 19 would have benefited from structured long-term care, assisted living, adult family homes, skilled nursing. Placements were found only for 6, 2 relocated out of state, and of the 6 that were placed, they came back. It was a 70-year-old female and a 63-year-old male, both of whom were also served in Clallam County and came to Jefferson County because of the limitations of services in Clallam. Next slide. Dementia is not treatable through behavioral health pathways as it is a biological condition. So no matter how much we boost our mental health services or crisis services, it will not address this issue. We have a 90-year-old. When I first started working for OLICAP in June of 2024, the first person I served was a 90-year-old woman who'd been living more than 10 years unhoused. She was suffering from dementia. It took every single one of us in the office to work with her to get her convinced to go into safe housing. And we are in danger of her not being able to maintain safe housing because in order to receive in-home dementia care, she has to have a 24/7 caregiver. Next slide. So the human impact. Women living outside have a 35-year decreased life expectancy. Dementia moves people out of housing. They have less positive returns in health outcomes. I can tell you right now, working in PA with the medical respite and with OPCC, we saw more people pass due to chronic health conditions than I had in the previous 10 years. Next slide. So I recently attended a national summit on ending homelessness. It was an incredible experience. There were multiple different tracks. There were philanthropy tracks for people who wanted to fund programs. There were tracks for people who were public servants, legislators, city councils. There were also tracks for providers and peers. It was incredible to hear the kind of work that was being done and had been done. However, this issue was never mentioned. So I brought it up in every single room that I was in. And the most I heard was 2 people came running up to me afterwards and said, hey, we have a hospice. One of them was in Wisconsin, and she said it was deeply underfunded, run by volunteers, and it was 4 beds. Jennifer Ho, the housing commissioner of Minnesota, who has seen her state through COVID, through the George Floyd protests and all the displacement that happened as a result, said, we need to get ahead of it. And my fear is that it's too late. Just a small 4-bed hospice is going to be gum on the dam. Next slide. The only way we're going to be able to do this, because it's beyond the capacity of a single nonprofit, we won't have the funds just within what is offered in our housing. It will take a coordinated effort between counties, between cities, with all of our providers. Next slide, please. We are currently regularly convening a regional skilled nursing feasibility advisory group. This includes community paramedics from both counties, providers of medicine to uninsured and underinsured vulnerable populations. That is Olympic Peninsula Community Clinic and JC MASH. So that is both counties. Representatives from Jefferson Healthcare and Olympic Medical Center. We also have Clallam Hospice of Clallam County involved. We also have a legislative champion in Rep. Adam Birnbaum. So my ask is to invite Port Angeles City Council to join us in this effort, because I have already had to identify 2 bodies in the work that I've done, and I would prefer not to have to do that again. When I was managing the medical respite through OPCC, there were multiple people who only had us as family to see them through the end of their days. And some of them, by the end of it, because skilled nursing facilities in our county do not take people without an exit address. So they won't take people who are homeless. So where does that leave them? I had somebody that wasn't able to access skilled nursing, and I was just showing up at his hotel room and throwing food at him and taking his vitals. So please, this is the time we have to act now. I'm afraid that if we wait any longer, we are going to see the death toll rise. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from council? None at this time. Oh, you have one. Go ahead.
Well, I really appreciate you sharing this. We've talked a little bit about that there in my personal work around public defense and how there's a lot of folks who end up committing crimes basically because of dementia. And so I really appreciate getting to hear from you in this capacity and really diving in. I think it really paints a picture of all of the different kinds of housing needs that we really need, particularly for seniors, and then even more so for folks with dementia, or as I've learned, age-based decline. But anyhow, I'm going to ask a question that I asked earlier to somebody. There's been a lot. Thanks, Serenity House. But I'm just going to ask around housing, generally speaking. And, I think we all want to see every housing nonprofit build more in the city of Port Angeles or in our region. And just to ask if there's any barriers that the city of Port Angeles has that prevents OLICAP from building more housing units here locally. I certainly hope that for a dementia care unit, it is in the city of Port Angeles, though, of course, anywhere on the peninsula is better than nowhere. But as a proud Port Angelian, I think we're all interested in, not to speak for the rest of council, but I think we've all done a lot of this work and spent a lot of time trying to reduce barriers, but clearly there are still barriers to the building of housing that still exist.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, one of the biggest challenges to building something versus finding something that we can turn into a program is the cost. Like even in Jefferson, had to abandon a joint shelter permanent housing project because we were funded at 5.5 million, but we had to find a match of 2.3. And these days that cost is rising. We started a capital project just building bathrooms. And when we started, it should have been about $500,000, and that quickly rose to over $600,000.
Thank you. Are there other? Yeah, Latricia, go ahead.
You stated in your slide how other cities and counties develop models and drafted and supported innovative legislation. Do you have examples of those from that summit that you brought back with you that you could share with us?
I absolutely can. I have a complete notebook full of notes. It was really quite inspiring, the kind of work that was being done. And it opened my eyes to the reason why I'm standing here is that if we work together, I think we can accomplish much more.
I'm also wondering if there is legislation, it makes sense to advocate to this at the state and federal level that nonprofits like OLICAP, Peninsula Housing Authority would be exempt from match when they go after grants. To me, that seems like smart legislation, especially, I mean, if you would have qualified for the grant, regardless of with an exemption of match, you could have at least acquired 5.5 million, which, I mean, you probably couldn't build as much if you had 7 million versus 5.5. But I don't know if that's some advocacy that we could do, or that might be a priority for the city of Port Angeles to advocate that nonprofits that build low-income housing should be exempt from match.
That would make it much easier.
Amy.
Thank you. It's quick. I think I would like to hear more, or maybe have a conversation later about how the city can get involved in your task force or work group or group of people. Because I think there's also some conversation to be had that where can we step in on some of those policies that you were talking about? Like, why does somebody need to have 24-hour caregiving in order to get hospice care, and how do we get hospice care or caregiving into shelters? And I think those are things also that maybe this group sounds like it would be having those conversations. So I would like to suggest that the city have a further conversation about how one of us or how we get involved in that, because I think it is it's probably important to have some policy makers on that.
Thank you.
Group. Thank you.
I have a really quick question. You mentioned two encampment projects.
Yes.
One you specified the first one was in Jefferson County. And then you mentioned a county development around encampment. And I'm wondering if that is Jefferson County or Clallam County?
It is Jefferson.
Jefferson, okay.
Yeah. Thank you. It was a result of the disbursement of the encampment in front of DSHS.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Any last questions? Okay, well, again, we know where to find you. Thank you so much for coming, and I agree that we can, we'll put something on a future agenda for consideration of how we might participate in your work group.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So that was not a public comment. That was a presentation. Are you trying to make a public comment? Okay. Yes, you can. We're already finished with the public comment period, but we still have a couple minutes. So, okay, go ahead. I'll allow it.
As a woman,
first of all, you need to state your name and whether or not you're a resident. So
I'm sorry. My name's Danielle Hurley. I'm a resident of Port Angeles. I actually do live a stone's throw from Jesse Webster's Park. So I wanted to kind of piggyback on what Jesse Banks was saying in regards to that. As I said, I just went and let my dog out. There actually is a new RV out, or it's a bus / RV with a van behind it now parked that wasn't there earlier today. And I just wanted to say, I do have a lot of compassion for the homeless in this town, and there was a lot of wonderful ideas thrown out tonight. But I've only interacted with unhoused people that have been very violent and very aggressive towards me. And the ones that aren't are very openly using drugs and things like that. I don't feel safe when I walk my dog. I've seen someone attacked with like the back of a trailer hitch before in the back of their head. I've had a man bring out a baseball bat on me and my dog who's 11 years old and non-aggressive. So I haven't seen the side of it where there's people that are just skipped a paycheck or in a bad position. These people are out here choosing this lifestyle. And I'm more concerned with myself, my family, my safety, the safety of my loved ones, and what's going to happen for us in the meantime. Like as far as the police department having more of a presence, I actually was down by the bell 2 days ago, and there was a gentleman under a tarp doing drugs, a tent. I could see the smoke coming up from the girl, whatever she was smoking. And then one girl with the tube in her mouth as she was speaking to me, talking about being raped in Jesse Webster's Park. So it's completely, there was no police presence. And that, I mean, I see the bell caged up like it's in jail too, right in front of the jail. So I just wanted to piggyback on that. I think he's absolutely right. And I think the police need to be more of a presence until this all gets sorted out, because I think protecting the community, the businesses, those who live here, people's homes, you know, I see this happening in front of people's houses. I mean, I can't imagine. I hope that never happens to me. So I just wanted to bring up the fact that it is really sad that there's people without homes right now going through that, but there's also people working really hard that are having to deal with this and having to worry about their kids being out at night, or I can't walk my dog past 10 if I have a long day because I don't feel safe. So I don't feel safe in my community. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we are going to do strategic plan. Then we'll put it on the agenda for the next meeting. I think there should be room on that. Does anyone have a burning desire for council reports, or are we okay to be adjourned? Okay. We will be adjourned. We'll do council reports at the next meeting. Thank you all very much. Thanks for the folks online, and we'll see you next time.